there's anybody else out there in TV land?
We can check and see who has viewed the YouTube status. I can do that in a couple of minutes. After we get this up and going, I can check.
I was told 4 people were watching last night.
I checked at one time and there was 10.
Oh, so how did you know that? You just go to the YouTube channel or something?
Somebody else in my household was looking.
I checked the YouTube channel real quick to see how many people were watching.
Hey, Denise, Bob was watching from Pennsylvania.
Hey, awesome.
All right, we are streaming live on YouTube. I'm going to go ahead and start recording here. And good morning, everyone. And then if I could just ask Commission President Rocky Smith to open the meeting whenever you're ready.
All right, so we're going to open day 2 of our goals retreat for 2021. Hopefully maybe there are people out there on YouTube watching this today, hopefully. We had a good day yesterday, and we're ready to go for another day. And I think I'm going to just turn it over to Sarah.
All right, thank you, Rocky, and good morning, everybody. Thanks for being so prompt and joining us this morning, and we'll just get straight to work. You guys did some great work yesterday in building the foundation for what today will be. We will really delve in and get those goals outlined for the next couple of years. So let's take a look at our just refresh on our outcomes and check the agenda for today. So again, we're here to build a strong team, set some high-level goals, enhance the collaborative partnership between staff and the commission, develop clear goals and an implementation structure that's going to foster accountability, provide clear timelines, and establish a reporting structure. To get there today, continuing our work, we will do a quick review of our roles and ground rules in just a moment. And for our team warm up this morning, we're going to continue our visioning exercise that we started last night. And hopefully you guys had some great insights as you had some time to reflect on it. And so we'll keep building on that today to make sure that we've got that clear direction, make sure we all have an agreed upon direction as to where we're heading. Then we'll get in, this is kind of the goal setting piece, so the start of it. So based on the context, what came up in the vision conversations, we'll start mapping out those ideas for potential goals. You guys will do that as small groups to get us started. We'll come back and debrief as a team and see what everybody came up with. We'll take a break at 10:05. And so I have this short break scheduled here in the morning. Then we'll do the goal refinement exercise where we'll take what came out of the idea mapping exercise and really start to refine those and shape them into goals with where we, make sure there's a clear outcome and some supporting actions. Then we'll do a lunch break at 11:45. So I've allocated 20 minutes for this and just have tried to keep the breaks long enough, but not too long to keep us working, because I know it's Saturday and you probably all like to get into your Saturday activities. But if you guys want to push back, if you want longer breaks, let me know. We can make adjustments. So 20 minutes for a lunch break, and then get into finalizing the plan and developing the plan. So this is where we'll make sure that everybody's good with where the goals have landed. We'll do some prioritization of those goals. And then we'll talk about that implementation and progress reporting structure and see what the commission would like to see and what staff can do to put together a process that feels feels comfortable for everybody with agreed upon check-in points and how we're going to measure progress. Then we'll get into our team agreement discussion as far as a team, what do you guys need to be successful in moving these goals forward, a reflection activity, and then wrap it up, talk about the next steps, and make sure we adjourn no later than 3 o'clock. Any questions about this agenda? And somewhere in the afternoon, we'll figure out where the team needs it most, but we'll put another short break in there to give you guys a chance to get up and move around and stretch. Any questions about that agenda? Okay. Just a refresh on our rules and ground rules. So I'm here to support you and guiding you through the conversation. We'll use the ground rules whenever needed to keep the group moving and get to our outcomes. Commission's here to provide that policy direction and set those high level goals. Staff is here to also share ideas, experience, and perspective and support the commission in their conversations with the technical expertise. The ground rules we set yesterday is just be patient with the technology, ask for help, or just ask for what you need as we move through. If you want me to zoom in, if you need me to go back to something, just make sure you ask for whatever it is that you need to stay engaged. Be active listeners. To be recognized to speak, use the hand raise feature, just physically raise your hand so that I can notice you and we can be kind of organized in this effort. Speak up and step back, assume positive intent, know that we can agree to disagree and that's just fine. And when we get to the goals piece, goals will move forward with either consensus or majority. Otherwise, we'll place them in the parking lot and you guys can have some discussion on them at a future time. All right, any other questions? Okay, I'm gonna stop sharing for a second. One thing just before we jump in, remember yesterday we set some intentions. So I just invite you to take a couple deep breaths, reflect on what that intention was, keep it top of mind today, maybe write it at the top of your notes or your agenda to just keep it front and center for you and reminding you why we're here. And let's get the most out of today. Let's make it happen. So I want you guys to pick up where you left off. We ended with kind of a fun activity. You guys seem to be having some fun with your brainstorming last night. And so let's kick it back off with that today. We're gonna go back to I sent you your brainstorms last night, so you probably saw what the other teams were thinking too, but try to keep it original to what your team was working on. But you guys are gonna go back and work on these exercises. And now that you've got your brainstorm and your ideas, you'll start to delve into the main points and supporting details, your buzz, and get your headlines put together. So let's take 15 minutes to continue working on this, and I'll check in with your groups. Saw that, Denise. I'll check in with your groups as you guys are working to see if you need anything, if you need more time. I'm going to put you, Kristen, thankfully captured our groups last night to make sure we could reconvene the same groups this morning. So give me just a moment while I get those put back together. Oh yeah, we'll have 8 and 9. Okay, and then Katie, you'll go back with group 1. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and open your rooms. So there you go, 15 minutes, and we'll see if that's enough time to get you through this exercise. Hey, John, did you get kicked out?
Yeah, I think
Let's-
my internet failed here for whatever reason. So
I can place you back in. Which room were you in? Who were you with? Do you remember?
two
You were
room
two. Okay. Let me assign you to back to that group. Here you go. Mm. Okay. You guys did it. Welcome back. Are your minds awake now? It took a little extra time to get there, but I think you guys, I've been tracking your progress and it looks like you guys did good. Okay, do we have a group who wants to go first in presenting their vision?
Frank's gonna go first.
Frank says no, he's not. He was on mute, but I could read the lips.
He's not.
Who was in this Oregon City Historic Welcoming Amazing group? I think that was Katie. All right, who's part of Katie's group? Okay, let's start. Since you guys were done first, why don't you guys go first? Who's
Denise was our spokesperson. I'm not sure what's going
No,
on.
she is not. I think somebody else should talk. I think Gregor, or Jim.
Sounds like Greg or Jim are being voluntold.
All right.
Can you guys do it?
Can
Yeah,
we
can
share
we
this?
see the?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Can we share the screen?
let me pull that up. You bet. Okay, let me zoom in. All right, take us through it.
Do we walk through the whole process, one through 7?
Yeah, just, I mean, let's start with your headline. Just
Okay.
announce your headline and then talk us through the story. Like you are actually telling us the story in the future that this, imagine we're 5 years out and you're telling us all these things that have happened.
All
And
right.
like you're connecting with an old friend and telling this friend about all these amazing things that are happening in Oregon City.
All right. So old friend, you've obviously seen the headlines all over the media nationwide that Oregon City historic, welcoming, and amazing. We think that headline sums it up. What it's trying to convey is that Oregon City offers the whole package to residents, businesses, visitors, and everybody. We have a strong past that helps inform our future. And it's really a place where it's welcoming to all who visit and live here. Everything just comes together in Oregon City. There's a great deal of coordination, both internally and externally. Anything somebody wants to do in our community, whether it's starting a new business, whether it's visiting a historical site, whether it's taking advantage of our amazing recreational and cultural opportunities, this is the place that it all happens. We're really proud of the things behind the scenes that also contribute to that. We are an extraordinarily welcoming city who focuses on our DEI efforts. We want to make sure that this truly is a place where every member of the community feels welcome and feels they have a place. We have, as you read our story, friend I haven't seen for you, you'll see many iconic projects throughout the city that we're very proud of, that kind of help brand our city. And you've probably, as you've been online, you've seen some amazing hashtags. You've seen people from all over in every aspect of life, whether they're residents, whether they're visitors, whether they're new businesses coming in. They're so impressed with what we offer that they've tweeted their friends, tweeted their colleagues with the hashtag OC Place to Be. Just, reinforcing that this really is the place where everything can happen to make make your life better. And so we're very proud of our accomplishments. And if you read more of the story, you'll see more of those details.
All right, thanks, Greg. Anything that anybody from that group wants to add? Any highlights that we
Now,
missed?
I will add, along with the welcomings, that we encourage participation. We are looking for different perspectives, and we value our community input.
Okay. Sounds like a pretty inclusive place. All right, thanks, team. You guys picked some nice images. Okay, let's see. This team, who's going to tell the story here?
Kristen.
Kristen's being vulnerable.
Sure, happy to.
Okay.
Well, old friend, I'm so glad we're talking today. I'm sure you read that Oregon City is the place that will make you feel right at home. We are a city that is warm and welcoming. It's also safe, so you can visit and feel safe walking from destination to destination, and even visiting our parks and trails you can meander through and really make a day if you're visiting, or you can move in, and we have welcoming businesses. We're also a business friendly community. So businesses can feel right at home knowing that we've got great support here. We did a 3-prong. So we really wanted to highlight the Willamette Falls Legacy Project. So this would maybe be in the Oregonian. Thousands flock to Oregon City's downtown for festivals, arts, and Riverwalk grand opening. That meaning that we're looking forward to putting together the infrastructure for having thousands of people that will visit our downtown. And local government exceeds community expectations in services provided for all of our residents. I think you'll see under main points being able to serve all the citizens' needs. We did a lot of brainstorming and kind of pulling out the larger chunks and themes really led to the city providing high quality service for all. And that meaning being staffed to capacity in order to meet all those needs.
All right. Anything anybody else from this group wants to add to Kristen's relay of the story? No? Okay. I'm gonna stop sharing for a second. So in just hearing those stories, what were some of the themes that jumped out to you? I was making some notes, so I'll share what I heard in a moment, but what did you guys hear?
Identity.
Yeah, there's a strong community identity.
Welcoming.
Inclusiveness.
Both teams mentioned being open and welcome.
Yes, that was one I captured too. Katie, is that what you had? What else? What other themes did we hear? I heard opportunity for all, from like business to festivals to just there's opportunities in Oregon City abound for everybody. Yeah, does that capture what you guys were going for?
Yeah, I think I remember hearing Frank say it over and over again, which I really like the saying, there's something for everyone. And that's kind of like the encapsulating or all encompassing saying for it.
Yes, what else?
On Katie, so something for everyone, and if it's something that isn't here, they could make it happen. So
Yeah.
the creation part.
Yes, definitely. I think that's where I was hearing that opportunity come in. Like you can make it happen, whatever it is. What else?
I think I heard a lot about our uniqueness, whether it be history, art, culture. We're unique and we've got things that others don't have.
Yes, history, art, culture. I heard iconic landmarks, that are drawing people, kind of related to that. You guys mentioned that a couple times. That there's these projects, these landmarks in Oregon City that, have this nod to history and the future that you can't find anywhere else.
I think safety probably came up in roundabout ways, but
Yeah, so we're a safe community. All right, anything else jumping out? I'm ready to locate my business there. I heard in both conversations, you guys talked about it's business friendly. And I was kind of picking up just through all of your conversations of like wanting to be a business friendly community for both large and small businesses. Yes? Is that true? Okay.
I think what happened in this exercise was energy came out of it. There's a lot of facts here, but the way that we were all communicating it got us engaged into it. And so there was vibrancy, there was energy, there was action. So, I mean, I don't know, that's more of a characteristic of what it or how it was done, but I can see that coming out of our group at least.
Whenever I dropped in on your conversations, there was a lot happening in there. Let's see, what else did I write down? You guys covered festivals, arts, the honoring the history, opportunity for all, and just welcoming and inclusive. I think we got it sounded like a really inclusive place.
I think as part of that being inclusive was having a well-rounded opportunities. So outdoors, recreation, education, dining, shopping, employment.
Yes.
Really rounding out those amenities and services that both the public and private provide here.
Denise asked, good question, what does business friendly mean to people? Anything come up in your conversations that would highlight kind of what you meant by business friendly?
It means educating. It means assisting. It means less regulation. Those are the meanings.
I guess I'd say it means having a community vision and certainty around it. It's not, I think that I think it's kind of goes back to the same kind of concept as we always want to listen and hear what people are saying. It doesn't mean that we're always going to do exactly what we're being told. And I think that applies to businesses as well. I think that, I think the community has expectations. And as long as we document and, make that as clear as we can, and then provide that path for ease of businesses.
Denise, does that clarify?
Okay, well, where I was going with it is that in some communities, business friendly means it's anything goes. And I don't think that's what we mean. I want to take exception to James. It doesn't mean less regulation. It means that we have regulations that work for everybody. I want to try to figure out a way to have the businesses feel more invested in our community. Some of the businesses don't feel invested in our community and they're just here. They're not in, their business is here, but do they really care about the community? And you can tell the difference between going into some businesses versus others. I can think of numerous examples where when I've gone in, I know they're invested in the community because I see that they participate in service organizations or they are donors for this or that. And not that every business has to do that, but we have to figure out how to help the businesses feel invested in that what they do affects the community. And it's a two-way street. We will bring them customers, but they also have to have some responsibility. So I don't know how to get that in there, but that's where I was trying to understand.
I think the challenge, though, whether you have a challenge with having regulations that everybody likes, there's no such thing as regulations that for everybody, that doesn't exist. But I think it's a fairness. Business people like to know that they're being handled fairly, and that that whatever is going on is predictable for them. They don't like unpredictability. That's just the nature of business.
I understand. Yeah, I like consistency. That's what I heard during my career with businesses, that we want to make them understand that there are things that they are going to be responsible for, and that in turn, like I said, it's a two-way street. We want to be fair to them, but they also have to be fair to us. They're part of the community, not separate from the community.
So I'm kind of hearing a theme of maybe like business and this. We want them to feel more invested, and maybe part of that is just business engagement.
Absolutely, yes. That's what I just wrote down on my sheet.
Okay, I'm reading your mind. No, I'm not that good, but I'm feeling the vibe. Okay, so
Is Rocky or Frank or Rachel, you guys comfortable with that or different perspective?
My perspective is that the city should be partners in business. And that feeling that Denise gets, I'm not sure that many of our business owners are residents of Oregon City. So with that residency comes commitment above and beyond just the success of your store. So I think my motto would be more Oregon City partners in business, because partnership infers shared responsibility and consideration for the other. Thanks.
I like the word partnership. They don't have to live here,
I like that too.
but they are invested here, you know?
Rachel, did you have something to add to that, or Rocky?
No, I like that.
Okay, all right, partners, engaged, feeling invested. And then on the regulations piece, something that feels fair and predictable, and trying to work with that community. Again, I think it reinforces that partnership piece. True. Okay. So let's take a look at this. I'll share kind of the themes that we captured here, because while you guys are working elsewhere, I want these themes to guide you in your idea mapping. Again, thinking about the goals that you're going to set and how do they align with some of these themes that are coming out in your vision. And I'll try to put some statements together. We're not going to wordsmith a vision statement today. I'll put some drafts together, and you can respond to that after today's session, but at least this gives some strong guidance as to what you guys are thinking for a 5-year vision. And so you want your goals that we come out with today to line up with that and to be aligned with that. All right, anything missing there or anything else? Did we zoom out a little?
I got a question about safe community, because it was interesting in the survey where the feeling of safety in the community was relatively high, but then the desire for more safer community was also high. It was an interesting one where both of those came out high. Does anybody want to elaborate a little bit on what is that more than what's happening now? Is there something that's not safe, or is it just it's an acknowledgement that it's a continuation? It's always evolving, and we're always going to address it, or is there something specific that we need to consider here?
Yeah, Rachel.
Yeah, I think it's multiple things. I think it's physical safety, which could be pedestrian safety, which ties to infrastructure piece. I think there is also the inclusiveness of people feeling safe in their community from a racial lens, feeling like they're included and they're not an outcast, and that they're safe in their own neighborhoods. And I'm not saying that that's not happening in general, but we definitely know that there are cases in our community where people don't feel safe walking in their neighborhood. So while I think the survey in general will reflect, I think a lot of people feel safe, but I think one of our goals should be that everybody feels safe, and it could be pedestrians, it could be the inclusiveness piece of it. And I thought I had another one, but I've lost it. So that's all I've got.
I'm going to put that comment over here as well, because you guys definitely have a strong theme of DEI coming up. And I don't want you to forget these comments when you talk about DEI, because I don't know if the goal is necessarily safety in the way you're talking about it. It sounds like safety is a value, but there's pieces that are showing up in these other goal areas that I'm kind of starting to see emerge through your conversation. So making sure that you're covering that when you get into the idea mapping. So I think this kind of leads in. I was pulling out some themes while you guys are working on that from your context mapping and from the conversation that staff gave yesterday. So their presentation. So there's just, again, to take this into your idea mapping, these were some themes that came out or that we heard multiple times. So a DEI, it's showing up in so many different areas, but thinking about if you're going to set a goal around that, what's the outcome? And then what are some of the supporting actions? There's a huge theme here that all cities are grappling with of ongoing COVID response and recovery support. We're not out of the woods on this yet. So another major theme, daycare daycare came up multiple times, and maybe it's related to this DEI piece, but it certainly was one that showed up, and maybe it's in the economic development piece. I'm not sure exactly where that fits, but you guys brought it up multiple times in different areas.
It goes under the COVID recovery and response.
Okay.
People are having to, as I said in mine, women are being disproportionately affected by that because they're having to stay home and take care of the kids, and they are not being able to work because they don't have reliable daycare.
Okay.
But we were having this issue before COVID, though. I mean,
No, but it's still an issue.
but to me, it's an economic development. It is a highlight that it supports our workforce. It is a missing component in our community.
I don't want to.
Where you have it in between the two is perfect.
Okay. Yeah. Let's not debate it quite yet. Let's just leave it there as a theme. And then as you guys flesh out your idea mapping exercise, it can show up in a couple places. Okay. Communications and engagement was another theme that emerged in multiple ways of just, again, related to COVID and people kind of just not forgetting about some of the progress that's been happening. Just again, ways to engage the community. You've got a lot of people paying attention now to local government. How do you leverage that? So lots of conversation already around communications and engagement. Homelessness. And again, I put it next to this developing partnerships because you've talked about these things together, talked about them separately. You've talked about things that you've done and things you want to do. So I think those kind of tie together. Economic development opportunities, that's showing up in a variety of ways. Housing came up quite a bit when we talked about growth trends and in terms of diverse housing opportunities. So you didn't have it limited to just affordable housing, but different types of housing. So I just pulled that out as a theme. And then infrastructure. This is a big one. I lumped it all together for right now, but you talked a lot about infrastructure, planning for the future, as far as, what might rate increases look like, or what are those big projects on the horizon. Parks and parks in general, there's a lot going on there and figuring out future needs and maintenance needs. And then facilities, just planning and maintenance overall. So there's quite a bit lumped into that. You can certainly break it out, but for now I just pulled it out as a theme. Is there anything that I missed, or other themes that you may have reflected on last night or this morning coming out of yesterday's conversation?
I'm not sure if, to me, I feel like our identity is a theme that's come out, and that could include, if we wanted to, like the art and culture, our history paired with our identity, if we want to try to put it in one bubble.
Okay.
But what do others think?
And also, it seemed like there was a lot about youth engagement.
Yeah.
Opportunities.
Yes. Yep. That's another one that we missed. Okay. Oh, and one more, that the tech piece. You guys did talk a lot about cybersecurity and just access to technology. And maybe that's something that fits under DEI. I'm not sure.
Oregon City will invest in fiber to make it available to all.
I like the word invest there because I'm not sure how we're going to invest in that, but
I didn't use money. I just said we will invest. That could mean a lot.
Okay, I'm going to put that there, you guys. I just don't want you to lose it as you go into your next exercise.
It's bigger than fiber, though. It's technology.
It's technology.
Well, then put technology.
There's a technology component.
Yeah, because there's the security piece. You guys talked about fiber, just access. So looks like there's a couple ways you could take that.
Is tourism there?
Tourism, I didn't call it out separately. You guys talked about it in linkage to economic development, but we can pull it out if that
I kind of feel like tourism is encompassing all of these items. I mean, maybe not necessarily like the daycare piece, but I kind of feel like it's captured in, DEI. It's captured in our identity. It's captured in, developing partnerships. It's captured in the youth engagement.
Yeah, I'll echo what Katie said. I feel like without an identity, there is no tourism. Like we have to
Right.
be distinct. So if we have a strong identity, that feeds the tourism.
I would say the tourism piece is such an essential component. The words need to be there in some form. I also agree with Commissioner Rachel Lyles Smith is the identity is so critical. I mean, what is it that differentiates this community and essentially this product from any other community? Why would this place be of interest to you in any way, shape, or form as opposed to any other number of places? Identity.
Okay.
Look
Do you want me to
like
put
anyplace
tourism?
else.
Do you guys want me to put tourism as a separate bubble? I linked it in these areas, but we can add it as its own as well. Again, this is just to give you good direction as you go into the next exercise. I just want to make sure that you are recognizing the themes and taking that into consideration.
Well, our focus is moving away from an old Milltown identity to what is our new identity. And tourism is such a big piece of that, whether it be Willamette Falls, the historical nature of our community. I think it's an essential element of our future success.
Okay.
Frank, I think that the basis of our community as a mill town is also part of our strength. To me, it shows resilience, it shows innovation, it shows that there were people here who came and took a chance on something that was new and different. And now it's evolving. It's not necessarily that same technology, but it's an evolving industry that is going, to be something else. I know in one of the survey things, somebody said, "Oh, I think the thing is, the mill is ugly." And unless you're kind of crazy like me, who think, old industrial buildings have some art factor, but they do. People do a lot of art in them and around them. And I think that's part of where we're talking about that plan, combining some of the old with the new. And there's a way and we're talking, the master plan balances that very nicely. So we're not completely discarding our past, but we are evolving from it, but it's still one of our strengths.
And I'm not denigrating our past as an industrial center. It is an essential component and it should be honored, but I think it's not our primary offering in the future. I mean, I'd love to attract more businesses and larger employers and clean industries, but I know the direction we're heading also. Thanks.
Yep. Well, we're kind of saying the same thing.
Okay. Are you guys ready to shift into the next exercise? I feel like we've got the themes identified, so you've got some good ideas to take into that. And I feel like the whole purpose of this was to make sure we have a shared understanding going into the goal setting. So I feel like we got there because of the themes that emerged and just the kind of the consensus that was happening in these conversations. There was a lot of synergy. Does everybody feel ready to dig in? This is the fun part. All right. So you guys are going to, again, I'll switch up your groups. The idea mapping exercise, it's like a brainstorm. So you're going to take all of these themes and you are going to think through what are some of the goals and supporting strategies that you want to map out to present as ideas for the goal setting. You don't have to have it fully fleshed out like your actual goal statements, but just think through those themes that we just talked about in both the context setting and the visioning, and make sure you get all of your ideas down. When we come back together as a full group, we're going to start to see where there was synergy between the two groups, which illustrates to me that there's there's shared goals. And so those are the ones I want to start with in refining, and the ones maybe that weren't shared, we'll have some more discussion around. So for example, sometimes the idea mapping can be kind of challenging to attack, but for example, DEI is one that's come up quite a bit. So you would think through what is the goal of DEI? What is the overarching goal, the outcome that you want to see? And then what are some supporting strategies that would help you get there? So some of the things you guys talked about were You know, access to technology. You talked about daycare as part of being connected to that. Talked about, trying to go back to the context here. What were some of the other ideas that surfaced around DEI? One was, how do we pay for it? You know, community conversations that need to happen around it. What's happening internally versus externally in the community. So, and I know in staff's presentation, there's been some stuff that's already being worked on. How I don't forget that you want to continue, that stuff doesn't get abandoned. You want to work with staff to talk about how can we build on what's already underway. So does that give you a clear sense of how this idea mapping exercise works? Or what other questions are out there?
So it's goals and outcomes we want to see.
Yep, goals and outcomes you want to see, and some ideas for supporting strategies that would help you get there. Okay. This is an exercise that takes a little longer, so let's just start with 30 minutes. Is everybody feeling good? Do we need a break or stretch or anything before you guys step into this? Good.
A break at 10:05, so I'm trying to figure out how that's going to work.
We do have a break at 10:05. So in your small groups, I can just interrupt at 10:05 and remind you guys to take a break, and we can just give 35 minutes. Take a break while you're in your small group. So get started, maybe map out one, and then take a quick break and come back to continue. Does that sound, is everybody okay with that? All right. Denise, are you good with that?
I want to ask a question of Sarah.
Yes.
You said goals and outcomes. And we're also going to talk about specific actions to achieve those goals and outcomes.
Yes. Map out those ideas as well. Yes.
All right.
You got it.
Finally get to the meat and potatoes. Huh?
That's right. You've got all your context. Let's get into it. Okay. So we're going to take a break while you're in your around 10:05 while you're in your breakout groups. So I'll remind you at that time to take 5 minutes. And so let's start with 35 minutes and see how far we get. And again, remember, this is a good chance, a good opportunity to have some debate while you're in your group, but we're going to have a chance to do that as a large group as well. So don't worry about coming to complete consensus in these breakout groups, because we want to do it. We want to be able to have that dialogue as a large group too. So it's good to outline those issues, but try to keep it, you know, don't spend your whole time doing that. Make sure you get your ideas out. All right.
Hey, Sarah, so some of the issues like infrastructure in particular, homelessness, those are such big issues. Are we kind of looking at more of the icing on the cake? Or are we looking at the foundation of what I think of as, you know, infrastructure and those kind of things? Because, I mean, there's a lot of talk about kind of I don't know, I don't want to say it wrong, but I don't want to miss those things that are kind of critical.
Well, again, as you think about the purpose of goal setting, this is to guide your budget process. So I know we just did this exercise where we were thinking visionary, but you need to have the strong foundational pieces in place in order to ever achieve that vision. So don't lose sight of some of the foundational core service type projects that you need to make sure you've got stability in your infrastructure. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I guess I had the impression, given based on the short amount of time, that we were going to be kind of, you know, there was kind of this recognition that those kind of foundational items are going to show up in the end product. But, you know, I mean, for instance, all the breakouts, I haven't even brought up infrastructure really, you know, because we're talking about, you know, just other things. And I don't know that there's enough time for all of that. So I'm just kind of, I don't want to, those are like unwritten things. Those are things that, you know, they're the foundation, right?
Yeah, they are incredibly resource intensive. So you need to bring those up in this conversation.
Okay.
Yes, Commissioner Lyle Smith.
Yeah, so can we get back to our list that we created? So like in the last exercise, like, so your list of gold circles, and then, you know, the team that I was on, I feel like we really focused on that visionary though, was really honing in on, I think, goal items. So I'd like to work off of that list.
Yes, I can email those out to the group here in just a moment so that you have them in your email, and then your recorder, so Jacob and Lisa can also pull those up so you can view them on the screen. So we'll do both. So whatever's easy in your group. And I'm saying start with 35 minutes, but we can add more time to this if needed. We've got, I have put a lot of flexibility in the afternoon portion of the agenda to be able to accommodate whatever discussion we need to have. So let me get you in these groups.
Commissioner O'Donnell, did you have a question before as well?
It wasn't a question. I was actually responding to Mr. Lewis's thoughts. I think any answer is a multi-tiered answer. You identify the objective, you identify the steps it's going to take to get there. And one of those steps may be infrastructure, identifying the area, identifying the steps after that to build upon that infrastructure that found. So it's a total solution. It's not a single component. And infrastructure may very well be the basis of some of these solutions. That's just a thought.
All right, so I am going to open the rooms. Katie, why don't you join room 1? And I will remind you at the time it's ready, we're ready for a break to go ahead and do that. So here you go. And recorders, you'll see on there, I placed an area for you guys to gather your notes for the idea mapping for group 1 and group 2. All right. Okay, everybody's back. How'd you guys do? Okay. All right, some thumbs up, some maybe looking not so sure. All right, so let's have, I'm going to have the groups just kind of present one concept at a time. And so we'll have one group share, and then if the other group has something similar, we'll add that to it and kind of see how the goal and the theme is shaping up. So
When are we having the break?
did you guys not do your break as part of
No.
your group? Oh, well, let's do that now. That's important. Sorry, I sent a message out and was hoping you guys would have done your break while you were in your group
We
setting.
were on a roll.
Okay. That's
Denise was probably talking.
fine. All right. Let's
All right, Frank, settle down.
let's give a break. All right. So before we do the report out, 5 minutes? Is that good?
Sure.
Okay. Let's take 5 minutes. We'll come back. It's so just come back at 10:55. All right. Welcome back. I hope everybody got a stretch break. Let's see, let's go ahead and jump back in and see how the ideas shaped up. So let's just start with, group one. Share one of the goals that you discussed in your group, and let's get that on the map. And then we'll see if group two has something that corresponds.
Do you want to show the screen, Sarah, or no?
Yeah, we can do that. I'm going to probably shift back and forth because I think it's good to show the screen, but I also think it's helpful for you guys to see each other. So here's groups one idea map. So pick one of the goals that you guys discussed and kind of talk us through some of the corresponding ideas, strategies you had with it.
I'll take the top one since that's the most important one. Safe sound infrastructure. I'm so predictable.
Right. Tell us about what else came up around safe sound infrastructure.
Well, I think we were thinking of this more broadly than maybe what I would typically be talking about, which is just we talked about kind of some of this communications infrastructure, some of the technology related infrastructure. So wanting to make sure we were covering that for existing and new development or new community that's non-existent yet, but soon to be. And then I think the other thing that we talked a little bit about was just, we didn't land on this exactly, but funding and, kind of dealing with the fact that the community may have larger needs than we can afford right now. So how are we going to deal with that? And when I was talking about that, I was thinking about some of the things that we've been talking about currently, which is water. But Rocky raised the concern that we've got to think about parks too. So I think safe sound infrastructure, not scaling our infrastructure to our our current and future needs, but making sure that's in alignment with what we can kind of afford. I didn't hear either Rocky or Frank jump out and say, yes, let's go crazy with this. So I'm thinking that's kind of in that discussion that was I don't know how to say it, but just there was more discussion that needs to be had around infrastructure and funding.
What about the other group? Did you guys have conversation around infrastructure?
We did. I think we called it out maybe a little bit more broadly. It's down at the bottom.
Okay. Oh, here we go.
It's that little box. Yeah.
Yep. All right. I'm going to just pull this over.
I think that initial box was a little bit bigger. We were looking at facilities, like buildings. And so we just said infrastructure and city services, kind of thinking back on that goal where we want all of our operations to be whole. That should be our goal, right? So it's not just water and sewer, but parks, and then be thoughtful about our facilities and our buildings, making sure that we're thinking about that as well as we grow into the future.
Okay, so the goal here, it sounds like something between safe sound infrastructure and then invest in current needs. And then you guys also talked about, so this would be, and it sounds like this kind of relates to what, oops. These arrows can get annoying. Okay.
Yeah, we said the same things.
Yeah, so I think this is a little more specific though, and I think that's helpful. I think it brings clarity. So public facilities plan would certainly be a pretty specific strategy for how to get there, as well as sewer and water planning. Do you guys already have a master plan for those things, or is it just planning, prioritizing what would come next?
We have master plans.
We do have the plans. We need to, figure out, full implementation and how to prioritize maybe.
Okay, all right. So I'm hearing the strategy is really prioritizing.
Well,
Now,
think-
We don't have a parks master plan.
the
We
Parks
don't have
master
a park-
plan would need to be updated. We do have a Parks master plan, but
It's so
our goal is
old.
to get that updated.
Okay,
Yeah, I was kind of relying on the report and the work that Kendall is doing now of that. It's a refresh of the inventory and prioritization and thinking of the entire community of how we're weighing parks for their benefit. I loved that exercise that the consultants do. I think that report is really going to help us move the parks piece forward.
and is that the public facilities plan?
No,
No,
We don't have
I
one of
think
those.
the thought is a public facilities plan for all of our buildings.
okay,
I'd say building / property.
okay. And then what is it around sewer and water planning? Can we get a little more specific? What would the strategy be there? Is it prioritizing projects in order to figure out implementation?
It's funding, right? Funding.
I think it's on the implementation side. So at this point, the commission has provided direction that staff is working towards. We have a charter limitation on rate increases. And
Okay,
we're targeting a November election. So this one, it feels like it's straddling two different goal setting time periods. We've started some work there, but it's going to finish in the next biennium.
okay. This piece is.
Yes.
I feel like all of these are kind of like that.
Yeah, they are.
Okay. All right, let's move, anything else that the groups want to add? So the outcome here is really, we want to have a solid foundation. And I think this is more of an outcome of safe, sound infrastructure. And the goal would be to invest in current and future needs for infrastructure and city services. And these are some of the things we would do to get there. Yes?
Do you want to elevate, I've heard investing in a full staff or whole staff or providing the full suite of services, some kind of focus on staffing, or is that part of kind of the facilities plan?
Is staffing, is that the piece that's related to infrastructure?
I wasn't looking at staff under a public facilities plan. My idea, Kristen, about staff is that we have a staff that is reflective of the diversity of our community.
Let's jump into DEI then. I'm just going to put staff out here for a second and we'll figure out, it sounds, I don't want to, I'm sure
Well,
it's captured elsewhere.
It's in the orange bubble. It's the word city services is where it's trying to encapsulate the staff and resource component that we can, if we can deliver comprehensive city services, then that assumes that we have the staff and the resources to do it for all of our departments. So I think the staff is a yellow bubble.
Okay. To deliver. Or is it to maintain? Is it to maintain facility? Because again, we're talking about infrastructure. So is it staff to be able to maintain and properly manage the facilities and infrastructure? Rocky, I see your hand up.
Yeah, I wanted to add, because I know we had separate goals relating to technology, but technology may go under that investment in infrastructure as well.
Okay. Denise, did you want to say something? I saw you shaking your head.
I-
I'm going to indicate, is that a hand
Saying
raise?
no to the last comment, that no, it wasn't that.
Well, there may have been different conversations in different groups. So maybe that wasn't the conversation in the one group, but I can't remember who was where. So,
I don't remember much discussion in our group about that, but when I think of this item, the staffing element kind of needs to be scalable. If you're going to add parks and or you're going to add higher levels of service in parks or in public works, then we need to be able to scale that to those needs. And usually there's some identification of that in our master planning and rate studies. But so I guess it's just, if we set the expectations high to deliver a bunch of projects or to create a bunch of new service needs, and we got to probably supplement that with staff.
I think that's right. And we've had studies that's looked at the number of just park maintenance staff versus other compared to acreage. And so we know that we're understaffed in that area. So yeah, I think there's a couple of staff items.
Okay. Well, let's leave this one here for now, because I'm hearing at least some agreement. Again, this isn't final. This is to be able to see all of the ideas grouped together. And then Rocky, can you just help me remind me the comment around technology? Well,
I think each group has mentioned technology, and some have labeled those as specific goals. But I just saw that since this main goal says infrastructure needs, I would think that it would go under that, but it could go under multiple places.
Okay. Well, we'll have some more conversation around technology. I'll place just a holder here for now. All right. Let's do another one. So that started with group one. Let's have group two pick one from their list and share, and we can build on that. Group two.
Why don't we do our homelessness?
Homelessness.
Address homelessness. We had lots of conversation about that one.
Okay. All right. So, hold on, I got to delete these. Okay, so address homelessness, and tell me about some of the strategies or thoughts you guys had around how to address homelessness.
Yeah, so we talked a lot about communication about this topic, from what we're doing, our success stories. We feel like our successes aren't necessarily being broadcast.
Okay.
So that was one probably little yellow bubble to go with yours. Then we talked about how much we want. An outcome is that we really need a city strategy, how the city wants to try to address the homelessness. And that would include, it would have to include partnerships and some strategic conversations around with the county from elected. I think it needs to be electeds.
So is that a yellow bubble? Is that develop or establish partnerships?
What's the difference between your yellow bubbles and the green ones?
Those are like the yellow bubbles are kind of more like the actions that you're going to have to take. Like I want to keep it out there. You said it was an outcome, but the plan, this developing a plan and a strategy to me feels action oriented. That feels like an action to address homelessness.
It is an action. And so partnering with other local governments.
Okay.
I think we put it there, regional governments, county and city.
Okay. All right. I'm going to change this one.
And Chief, I know you had some thoughts on this. Is there more to elaborate on there?
No, I think you pretty much encapsulated it. It was kind of the two different aspects. There's the services we provide and communicating those, and then the greater strategy that the bigger picture one that regionally engaging with people around us.
The other thing we also talked about was us taking a proactive role in trying to bring those communications together, because right now it's not. There's really no leadership.
Okay. This clean and safe, that feels like an outcome to me. Yes, clean and safe community. What about this possible funding? What was the conversation around that?
Well, that was my issue, and the fact that we need to continue to help support that. It can't just be one organization on their own. It's really a community effort.
Well, what Chief Band said was that with the county's funding that they have, that maybe we could consider leveraging that funding for staff resources. So if we, so thinking of those funds as more than just building homes or providing services, that if we stood up a leadership capacity for how the city wants to tackle this, or thinking a little bit more outside of the box of maybe some leveraging those funds and how we could use those.
Okay. Just attach that here. Okay. What about the other group? What did you guys have around homelessness, group one? Or did you have something around homelessness?
We did have something around homelessness, but we didn't have it as the overarching goal because we felt like it was encapsulated within a more broader goal.
Okay. What was the broad goal that you guys thought about for this one?
If you scroll down, I think it's a combination of the like public-private partnership. It's also the safe, inclusive community livability.
Okay, well, let's hear about your public-private partnerships. Let's jump over to that one. How did you guys scope that?
I'll grab this one. So a lot of our goals, when we were talking through them, we said the word collaboration. We said building partnerships, building trust with other agencies. So potentially having that as a goal of the city commission could kind of open the door to have those conversations, to let other entities know, yes, we are open. We want to engender this two-way conversation with you, elected to elected. So it kind of seems like a lot of the outcomes and strategies involved having those conversations and those connections.
Yeah, I want to be more specific about it. So where could partnerships really benefit the city? You guys have danced around this. Yes, Rocky.
Yeah, I think we're touching, we had two separate conversations. One was the public-private partnership for public connection with businesses and everything else. But the other piece separate from that was the partnership between other agencies. And I would include not only other agencies and governments, but also the tribes, which is something, that affects everything that we're doing.
That's their government.
Right. I didn't say they weren't.
But you called them out separately. That's what I was asking.
I can just put other local governments, inclusive of the tribes.
Take out the word local.
Yeah.
So other governments.
There's a sovereign nation.
Okay.
I would, yeah.
So again, I want being thoughtful about what are you trying to advance with these partnerships?
Well,
because
you mentioned events, right? Wasn't this one of those topics that came up about building partnerships with the different groups in Oregon City in order to promote events, which was also leading into livability and identity?
What we're trying to advance here is leveraging resources to accomplish a variety of things. And that would include leveraging resources to accomplish daycare development, leveraging resources to accomplish workforce development.
Yes. So James, this is what I'm trying to get at. If you're not specific in saying how you want to develop partnerships and what those partnerships are related to, I've seen a lot of cities set a similar type goal. And if you're not being strategic in how you're thinking about developing those partnerships to accomplish something like daycare or like workforce development, then this can really fall flat. So I'm trying to get you guys to have this conversation around how are you going to leverage those partnerships? So I see Denise's hand, I see Rachel's hand, and I saw Rocky's hand go up. So Denise.
Okay, so I want to get to your point, which is, so the partnerships need to come, we need to come to an understanding with each other. It's not about competing with each other. It's about supporting each other and leveraging our resources for mutual benefit. So keying off of what James was saying as well. So we've got, for example, we've got this money that came from Metro. So we need to make sure that the county understands that we are a partner in how that money gets spent to the benefit of not only Oregon City, but can it benefit Gladstone? Can it benefit Clackamas County? Too much of what I've seen in the past is about competition. Oh, well, they got this or they got that, but we've not ever really talked about how we can bring our resources together for benefit. And that's something I think that needs to be talked about. And again, it's always been about competition. And we need to get off of that train.
Okay. Rocky?
Yeah, I mean, on the same theme there, I think that doesn't happen unless we have a personal relationship with these, different groups. And we don't have good relationships with some of these other groups. And so until that is built, it's hard to go to the next stage. I think, the phone call that me and Commissioner McGriff had with the Umatilla tribe this last week, I mean, that was an amazing phone call. It was building a relationship on a personal level, and also knowing that at some point that's going to lead somewhere. I think that's what we need to do in all of these. I think part of it is we don't necessarily have time to get to know these other groups. When does the city commission ever have kind of a work session with the county to discuss what our shared goals are? When do we have those dialogues where we actually get to build a relationship similar to what we're doing here with the goals retreat with these other agencies? I think that's one of the things that we really need to think about.
I agree with you. We have to repair some of the.
Hold on, Denise, I'm gonna stop for a second because Rachel's had her hand up, and then if you want to go next, why don't we talk after Rachel? Rachel, go ahead.
Thanks. So I understand where this is going, but I feel like public-private partnerships would be
two separate things. Yeah,
would be in like a whole bunch of things around this dial, like. We need to have public-private partnerships with housing. We need to have it with homeless. We need to have it with economic development. We need to have it with, so I feel like it's like one of like the DEI thing. It's like it should be applying to every piece of this weird pie with spikes on it.
It's a mandala.
So I'm trying to understand, and Sarah, I'm trying to support you on where you're going to get to something really specific. If I were trying to get to so specific, I feel like we're identifying a hole and having like a government affairs person or someone to help lead that with the city of saying, how are we partnering and leveraging and looking at grants? And that's a whole body of work that other governments actually have staff that are doing that for them. So I'm not sure for that where we're going with it, and if that's a desired outcome, but just some thoughts on it. It's an interesting one. I just think that it will end up applying to like half or all of the little prongs on this diagram.
We can come back and revisit it if that's the sentiment, and maybe just let's not get stuck on this right now. We'll come back to it. You guys have had several ideas around it, and maybe it ends up being kind of a value that guides you in all of the work that you do. All right, other comments on this one? All right, let's take another one. What else? Let's take DEI. This group you guys had some specific ideas on DEI. Can somebody help us elaborate on this discussion?
Go ahead, Denise.
No, well, it's not only my issue, it's a primary issue, but we talked about it from the standpoint of, as it says there in the middle box. So it's a plan and a process that's both internal and external. And we are needing to create a path. It's easy. The path, I think, is going to be easier for the internal because we have more control over that. The path that we need to take externally with our community is going to be more difficult and will involve a lot of communication, and it runs through everything that we have on this planet. I guess I'm looking at this as a planet and a star in the middle, but it's basically the implementation of our resolution 2019.
Okay. So the goal is the DEI is a priority, and the action would be to create a program and a plan that addresses both internal and external needs. And the outcome here is really a safe and inclusive community. Well, probably an organization.
Yes.
Other group, did you guys have some conversation around DEI? Okay, let's pull those ideas over. This one?
Yeah, that one.
Yes, okay.
And you can see all the bubbles around it because I think Kendall was instrumental in most of those bubbles.
Calling you out, Kendall. I hope you're ready.
Yeah, he did. And what I was just trying to do is provide somewhat of a framework. So it could be measurable. And like Denise said, it will be internal and external. So these goals help to address some of the internal and external components of a DEI program, to where we could develop like a 5-year plan of metrics and things that we want to do, that we can actually show that we're making success or having success in implementing some of these strategies.
Okay. All right, so then you had in here, provide equitable access to city services, increase culturally, linguistically responsive services for communities of color. So again, this gives some pretty specific direction.
Remember when you were asking me about MWESB? That's an outcome. That's a goal.
Okay. Do you want me to add that in here? Is that already in here? Do you guys
it's dealing with contracting.
Okay, let me just reference it. MW.
It stands for Minority Women Emerging Small Businesses.
Emerging small businesses. That's always the one I forget.
Yeah, that's the E. The E's hard.
The E. All right. Okay, so we'll turn these all yellow. Okay. Other pieces in your conversation that touched on this area? Okay.
Sarah, could I take a moment?
Yes, please.
It's nothing that you guys said, it's just some difficulty. When we were talking about this, there's a situation that happened in Oregon City that I don't want to get super specific, but it's causing me some angst when we're talking about this, only because there's a development in our community where there's a person of color who lives there who doesn't feel welcome in that particular neighborhood. And it gets to the point to where when this person is out walking their dog, he said he sees people locking their door, people kind of giving them, giving them looks, that sort of thing. I don't want to have that situation be representative of our community. And when we started talking about DEI earlier, I kept flashing on that. So I just wanted to get that out because I'm trying to take deep breaths because I'm feeling anxious about it. I know this is one situation, but I felt the same way when I heard the students talking about the issues they were having at Oregon City High School. So thank you for letting me get that off my chest.
Thank you for sharing that, Denise.
Yeah, I agree with you. And I saw some comments online about that. At least, I don't know if it was that incident or a different incident. And I reached out to Chief Band to talk about, because I mentioned reporting things to the police department, and that opened up a whole nother conversation. And I reached out to Chief Band of how that is the community prong of this. So we've talked about the inside organization and the external. That is the nail on the head of the community prong of issues in our community that we need to talk about with our community and amongst our city leadership on how do we try to work on some of these things. They're hard conversations, and I think if we're not compassionate and human and find the story or not the story, but the conversation that Denise just shared, if we don't find that problematic, then you're probably in the wrong group. I hope you feel like you're in the wrong group, because I feel like we should all be empathetic and compassionate and have this as a priority. So thanks, Denise. I agree with you.
Yeah, I've reached out.
One more thing on this, you guys have in here. So it sounds like the goal would be a plan or a strategy for DEI, and then you lumped in this one, community forum. And community forum seems like it would be a specific strategy, and it come up a couple times in conversation. I don't want to miss that. Okay. All right. Okay. What can we tackle next here? A good conversation on that one.
Let's get to the money.
The money. Do you guys have a specific goal around funding or money or?
No, a systematic approach to economic development.
Oh, yes. All right. Where, let's see. Oh, there we are. Systematic approach to economic development.
Yeah.
Okay. Talk to me about the context of the conversation here.
Well, we discussed a little bit about whatever we do, it needs to be systemic, and it needs to fit together, and things like business attraction and business retention and attraction is an important economic development strategy. Business entrepreneurship, helping small businesses start and grow is another important strategy for that, and that which also includes tourism as well, because we have a lot of small business owners that own tourism types of outlets or stores, or tourism facing types of establishments. Also, workforce development, helping people between a certain age, 18 to 35, develop skills for current and future business needs. And that's where the partnerships also come in, because we have to work with other people to do that.
All right. I'm going to flag these partnership opportunities.
Sure.
Okay.
And that's where, and also we touched on fiber optic tech, but I think we said technology investment.
Okay, we can put that here too. Yeah, I know we talked about it in the infrastructure piece, but. Okay.
And then one other thing, another strategy would be for the city to have a procurement program that would identify the ability to work, or identify opportunities to work with DEI in DEI situations.
Is that the minority?
Yeah.
No, okay.
Well, it actually, it's women, minority, small business. Yeah, those type of things.
I'll put et cetera, because there could potentially could be other things that get lumped in. Denise,
Sure.
see your hand there?
Yes, I just wanted to add, James, I was trying to, in my group, because we weren't in the same group, about, we talked about tourism investment. We talked about, and then Greg brought up the Mount Hood Territories thing about 50 miles or fewer. Well, that doesn't specifically apply to Oregon City or our local towns. It's not about heads and beds. And it's about getting people in our own community, which is what we're trying to do with the community showcase, to understand where we are, who we are, because we are our best ambassadors. We bring our friends and family in to see things in our community. And if we don't know about them, how can we continue to tell that story? So we need to, part of that is, how do we help our community be better ambassadors?
So are you referring to something like authenticity of our tourism experience? Authenticity?
No, I'm talking about the example I talked to you about many years ago, about how people went to the trail center, didn't go back, and then said, oh, there's nothing going on there. Well, that wasn't true, because they weren't aware. Our community wasn't aware. So we need to work on being better ambassadors if we're going to bring people in.
And Denise, it was true.
Well, I know.
It was true.
I know it was true. I was trying to be kind, Rocky.
It was very true.
Okay,
I took people there, but I didn't go on the tour multiple times. I would take other people there and say, I'll just wait for you out here in the gift shop, because I've been to it many times.
Okay, you guys have talked a lot about tourism in your interviews and our conversations so far. I have tourism here, and it sounds like the strategy is increase community awareness of local assets, and again, it's helping community be better ambassadors of those. Commissioner O'Donnell, you also talked a lot about linking tourism and economic development, and I'm just wondering if you had something specific in mind here as well.
Tourism is an integral part of economic development, and my goal was to coordinate all these assets. I mean, we have all these fragmented assets. Again, they need to be brought under one umbrella, whether it be our individual historic sites or the Willamette Falls itself. And right now they're independent, and I'm not sure whose role it is to coordinate them. I imagine it falls under economic development and tourism, Mr. Graham and his subordinates. But in the end, we have to have a total package that's attractive to a wide variety of possible visitors and residents of this city. And that's the part that I think is missing. And I mean, I'm talking about coordinated opening times and closing times, and maybe tickets that allow you to visit all those things, and just one that leads into another. And in the end, what I want is people that want to come here, stay here, and actually spend money here, which then goes into the transient hotel tax and the need for hotels. It doesn't do us any good to have all these attractions of people come here for an hour or two and then go stay in the neighboring community and spend their money there. I want this city to prosper from our assets. Thanks.
Yeah, I totally understand what he's saying, because he's also saying packaging and networking with ourselves in order to make the best of our assets systemically.
Mm-hmm. Okay. That I think helps give some clear direction.
I like that term, packaging our assets. People will come to here for different reasons, whether it be the outdoors, the dining, the history, any number of things. We have to have a total offering and coordinate those.
Okay. What else, anything else come up in your conversations, in your group conversations, that we haven't touched on yet?
Identity was a big part of our conversations in both the last groups, our community identity.
Yes, that's come up a lot. And that's certainly part of, I pulled in your vision, some of the vision statements in here, and that strong, unique identity. And that seems to tie, I don't know if it's a separate goal or if it's tied into tourism. So I'm seeing Denise's hand up and Greg's hand. Denise?
Greg was first.
Oh, I never know what order. It just doesn't say on this screen anyway. Probably says it somewhere else. All right, Greg.
Just on the tourism thing, Denise made a really great comment about, you know, from an ECDAT perspective, putting all your eggs in one basket. And I just wonder if there's an opportunity in the discussion about economic development to maybe expand on that. I don't know if there are other areas that the city is really interested in promoting as part of their economic development activities. You know, we call out tourism. I don't know if there are other eggs, other eggs that go into that basket that we want to call out here. But I just thought that was a really good comment that Denise made that I thought might be worth exploring a little.
Yeah, other thoughts on Denise, is your comment related to that, or?
Yes and no. The comment, to piggyback on Greg, so we have we have light manufacturing. I mean, we have Benchmade knives. That's a specialty product, but we also have a company here in town that, I mean, for all of you Star Wars nerds, makes amazing lightsabers.
Yeah.
What about other companies that are making a unique product like that? That would be, I mean, if I could afford one, I would totally have one, but I don't need one. But Frank, you're looking skeptical. They're awesome.
No, I'm not skeptical at all. I actually was a supplier to them.
But yes, that is, how do we diversify that? I mean, there's maker spaces where, there's a guy downtown who makes furniture from reclaimed buggy blue timber. So, I mean, that's an aspect. The thing that we touched on in our group that I wanted to add that Rachel and I brought up is it's environmental health.
Okay, and tell me how that's related to economic development.
Well, it is. It's kind of related to everything. We didn't want to say the word climate action plan, but it kind of falls in that range. So we've got tree resources, we've got water resources, we've got, healthy creeks and streams, ties into tourism, ties into recreation. Tree canopies fall into livability, what our community looks like. It's part of our identity. But we need to tackle some of those things. It might include a climate action plan, but I mean, there's a bigger picture of our environmental health in our community.
Okay,
Rachel, help me out here.
Well, I don't think it's economic development.
No, I wasn't talking about it being economic is a topic.
It's a different topic.
All right, yes. I'm going to put it out here for a second, and I want to acknowledge Tony's hand and then Commissioner O'Donnell. Tony?
I think just kind of building on the discussion our group was having about not putting all the eggs in one basket. When we've got the new Myers Road extension and Thimble Creek concept plan area that has our largest available lands of employment.
I know.
And really, the need to kind of start balancing that housing to jobs opportunity. So, I think it's it's caught a little bit in business retention and attraction. But I think, to be specific, when you look at whether it was Red Soils Court with the extension of Beaver Creek Road through Urban Renewal or Fur Street, those are two of our most successful business areas. Newer ones that were put in, and so I guess, like I said, I think it's a little bit more of a specific comment related to business attraction.
Okay, yeah, I put that over there. Good point.
Thank you,
Commissioner O'Donnell.
So one of the things that's come up often is that we want to avoid becoming a bedroom community. We want to avoid the need to commute to your job. We talk about the sequence of development. Thimble Creek is an example. There's a manufacturing component to it and a housing component. And we actually talked about maybe defining what sequence those things need to occur in the future. So that thing if we can avoid becoming a bedroom community, we can relieve some stress on our transportation system. We can make it a more pleasurable place to live and work. I mean, imagine walking to work. What a nice feature. So that's just a commentary on the economic development piece. We need to not you know, I know we focus on tourism a lot, but the ability to attract really good businesses that fit this community, you know, clean manufacturing or whatever it may be, unique manufacturing, as Commissioner McGriff said. We need to be aware and pursue any and all opportunities and give Mr. Graham and his team every asset they need to do that, and then hold them responsible for that success, as he knows.
Okay. One thing that, oh, James, I see your hand up, and I want to hear from James, but I do want to throw this out to get you guys thinking about it. You talked a lot in your interviews and in our outreach about urban renewal, and that hasn't come up yet as an economic development tool. And so I don't know if that is a conversation here or if it's a separate bubble. So think about that for a moment. And James, why don't you jump in and share?
Well, actually, I was going to mention that, then I backed off a little bit because it's a delicate conversation right now, and the conversation is not finished yet. So I think we just need to let the conversation complete itself in terms of urban renewal. But in terms of what Commissioner O'Donnell had mentioned about providing all the necessary resources in order to do this job, of course, I'm all in favor of that, and I'm gonna hold him to it. The other thing is that we need to be investment ready. Investment ready means that you're going to have land available for expansion or development of business. You're going to need buildings that are ready to go, because manufacturers and other entities are not going to wait for you to build a building for them. It needs to be, you actually going to have some spec buildings. But all in all, you have to be investment ready so that the table is set to attract investment.
Okay. Yes, Commissioner O'Donnell.
Mr. Graham knows I totally agree with that. I mean, what we need is what we did in the past is the same as we've been doing. We wait for the phone to ring, and Mr. Graham's not that guy, and I'm happy he's here. But the tools necessary are, you know, do we have the transportation infrastructure? Do we have a shell of a site that we can sell? Do we need to put, you know, we've got all these assets that we've talked about, whether it be the land, a facility, the educational ability to create a workforce. That's the package that we have to provide Mr. Graham with, so that he can go out and he needs to talk to companies that are talking 2 years down the road, that we can prepare their site for a landing. So enough said. Thanks.
Got some support from James. All right.
Can I piggyback on that from Mr. O'Donnell's standpoint?
Yeah.
I want to tell Mr. Graham something. You can hold me accountable, and I'm going to hold you accountable.
All right. And I heard Denise, and then I think, did I hear Jim trying to speak up, or John? Who was that? John. Okay. So Denise, go ahead, and then John.
Yeah, I agree with wholeheartedly, and I've been saying that all along, that we're going to be the ones out ringing the doorbells. We're not going to be the ones sitting there waiting by the phone. To me, that's being proactive. That means us having a vision, a plan. That's what I was talking about at Urban Renewal Commission, that we have our properties. What do we want to see from that? Then we go out and we find those people. We bring them in, we check them out thoroughly, background checks, financial checks, everything. And then we say, yes, we want you to develop here, and here's how we are going to help you get there.
All right, John.
I just want to touch on Thimble Creek and provide a couple of examples. I don't know the details behind how the city of Canby got to where it's at, but they must have collectively, as a property owner community, as a business community, collaborated on building the infrastructure needed to have developable lots. And in the Thimble Creek area, that's a problem, because some of those property owners, don't. So I think they need a vision. I think they need some education on, the real costs of development, because I think a lot of them want to be successful out there, but they kind of see the final sale price and they see that they own some land. So to me, it's developing educating property owners on, the details of development.
Tony, and then Commissioner O'Donnell.
Yeah, I think I just want to, I think that when we talk about bringing, I mean, there, to a certain extent, yes, I think it's easier when we control the land. Right now, we own about 4 pieces, right? So everything else is private development on private property. And I think, what would be helpful as we work through some of these moving forward, what role do we take there? Are we going and knocking on private property owners in ideal locations and offering to help them market, sell, understand their properties? Because when I hear, we're gonna, it's finding that balance of what we can provide as a local government and what we're comfortable doing. And, obviously advocating for our community, absolutely, right? Making sure our infrastructure is adequate, absolutely. Targeting businesses, but you need someone who's willing to work with them on providing a site as well. And I think that's the struggle. I just want to be clear that literally we own 4 pieces of property. 2 of them on downtown, 1 at the Cove, and 1 on Washington Street. We don't own anything in Beaver Creek. We don't own anything on Myers Road. We don't own anything in First Street. Which isn't, I think it's just that the techniques might be different. And maybe part of this is establishing those relationships with those property owners. Because like I said, the most frustrating thing is finding somebody who wants to be here, but not having a place to land them. Because we don't have the right place or the right size or the right location for the things that we own as either an agency or the city.
Commissioner O'Donnell.
I don't want to vary too much, but I can tell you that the opponents of urban renewal have always said that they could support a project-based urban renewal. And yes, we don't own a lot of property at the current, and we may in the future or may not. And instead of us sitting here waiting for someone to come to us and then say, oh, by the way, I'm in your urban renewal district, I'd like you to subsidize us to some extent. I've got no qualms about approaching a private property owner and investigating if we could get them that private public partnership to put forward a buildable site, knowing that, and put it forth for a vote as a joint project with urban renewal and get that opportunity. And I also believe that we should be, the other tool that we had a very good seminar on through, of all people, OCBA, was on capital gains and how it works. People who've invest in opportunity zones because it gives them a capital gains deferment. So I think what I want to come out of this whole exercise in the end is action items, and let's get going. So thanks.
Okay, thank you. Denise.
Yeah, I want to piggyback on that comment that the optimal words for me, Frank, where you said, if somebody comes and asks us for money, if what they want to do doesn't fit within the vision of our community, we need to be able to stand up and say no. We don't have to give anybody money, or we don't have to support a project that we don't think is in the best interest of our community. And I think we have, sometimes we have to give some tough love.
So just a clarifying question. Do you guys have a clear vision for how this is done if somebody asks for resources? Okay, so I'm wondering if the action is to define that vision. Yes, I see a yes. I see a thumbs up.
Well, isn't that consistent with our goal of what shall the city look like in the future?
I think so, but I don't know, again, if this is more specific to urban renewal. Because I heard in your interviews, it was 2 separate things. We talked about kind of a city vision, 5 years that we could align these goals around. But in your interviews, many of you I think almost all of you mentioned that the urban renewal areas don't have a clear vision. So it doesn't give you much to stand on if you get a request and, what's the vision? Does it align or does it not?
Challenge has been, as former chair of urban renewal, that the opponents would actually support project-based. The question is what ultimately, what is the goal and what projects can we propose in support of that goal?
Okay. Yes, Commissioner Lyle Smith.
Thanks. So we currently have a urban renewal study that's going on right now, and it should be finishing up in the next couple of months. And I think the goal of, I think that we'll have outcomes coming out of that that we can take into the next biennium. So I think that's why Mr. Graham said earlier, we don't want to get ahead of ourselves talking about urban renewal too much because we're trying to let that project play out. I think all of the commissioners recognize that it's a tool that could potentially be used. And if we were honoring our study, we would say that it's a potential tool that could consider. And if it moves forward, then one of the goals coming out of that would be to create a vision for how urban renewal is implemented in the city. So, I think that could be an outcome or a potential outcome that we tie to this ECDEV orange bubble at the bottom, that is defining the future of urban renewal, knowing that it's hasn't been fully committed to at this point, and just trying to respect that project.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. That's helpful. All right, we've talked a lot about economic development. I feel like there's quite a bit to work with here in the refinement phase. It is 11:51. We are 6 minutes behind where we said we would do a lunch break. Do you guys want to go up to the 12 o'clock mark or do you want to break right here and take a 20-minute break? Who's hungry and ready to break now? If you could just raise your hand, or we can go and try and tackle one more.
One thing I'd like to bring up, we can't forget downtown Oregon City. And we've got to sort of include that because that's our living room. And we've got to get the living room, got to keep the living room nice and tourism ready. So we can't forget downtown.
Okay. I'm going to take the lack of show of hands that you guys are okay to go till at least 12 o'clock, and I'll check in at that point and see if you guys are ready for a break.
That's fine. I feel like we beat this one to death. And
Yeah, we have, but this was one you guys spent a lot of time talking about in your interview. So I wanted to make sure all the ideas got out there. Okay, what should we tackle next? Let's try and select an easier one after that long one. We did homelessness. We've kind of danced around public-private partnerships. We did DEI. We've done economic development. We've done infrastructure.
Either housing or identity.
Well, then
Housing.
you also had the environmental.
And the environmental one.
Housing, identity, and then you guys also had engagement and communication, I think. Let's try this environmental one right now, since it's out here. Tell me what was the context in which this came up? Or what were some of the strategies? What was the conversation that happened?
Well, we threw it out when our countdown clock was on of 30 seconds left, so we didn't get a chance to fully flesh this one out. But it's a body of work that needs to be discussed a little bit more around tree and habitat preservation, our natural resources preservation. It touches on climate, like environmental health and climate-friendly strategies. I'm trying to stay away from the use of, specifically this is a climate change goal, just because I think the words climate change are so polarizing. And I want all of our community to embrace the idea that we can make steps, and we should be making steps toward keeping our environment and our natural environment healthy. And there are strategies toward that, and I'm sure John Lewis has some input on this piece in particular. There's lots of discussions about tree codes and tree preservation and community gardens, and it's kind of a big. And then there's the climate piece. So there's some discussions of having a strategy about electric vehicles. We don't have any conversations happening about we support that piece of our community. I don't believe we have very little charging stations. So stuff like that. I think there's I'm just kind of scratching the surface because we didn't really have time to flesh it out. But
I see James's hand.
I have a question because I really don't know the answer to it. Who's responsible for keeping the Willamette River clean? Because if it's not clean, it's not going to be a very attractive tourism asset.
Anybody have a response to that?
You mean the river bank, or do you mean the river quality that flows past Oregon City?
Yes.
Division of State Lands, Department of Environmental Quality.
Yeah, it's a state resource, so Department of Environmental Quality. But I mean, we've also got a Federal Clean Water Act. Each of the agencies that discharges to the river has a responsibility. In our community, that's mostly west, but we've got stormwater outfalls there as well. So yeah, it's kind of a big thing, but
Isn't it every single individual person's responsibility?
well, if
she went global, esoteric on that one. Please don't
sure.
litter or throw stuff out of your boat.
So this came up in the one group. Did you guys have any conversation in the other group that relates anything towards environmental health? Or is there support from others on the commission for this?
No, I don't think we had a discussion about this, but I just didn't know who was responsible for keeping the Willamette clean because, I mean, when I first arrived here, I saw foam floating down the river and it didn't look attractive. And and actually a lot of people didn't even notice the foam who've been here for a while. So it doesn't look attractive, what I'm basically saying. So I was hoping it wasn't pollution. That was my point.
We love your comment, Matt. That's great. Chief, I know that you do
Chief Ban.
Water cleanup too, as well as sanitary sewer services. That's an inside joke, Sarah. Sorry.
Sorry. I was catching Rachel. I was looking at your comment about COVID and trying to listen at the same time.
He needs a bigger budget.
All right.
Is there support for this from the other commissioners, or where do we want to go with this one?
Well, obviously I support it. I think it's an undercurrent in the community. Driving around the neighborhood yesterday, I saw more top trees. It's like, really, people?
I guess I'm struggling because I'm not hearing support from the other commissioners on this one. And I'm hearing some comment from staff and I'm hearing some comment from half the commission, but not the other half. So if you guys could chime in and I don't want to spend a lot of time refining this if there's not support for it.
I think there is. I think we need to probably, I don't think any of us spent a huge amount of time talking about it, but just in the last year or two, I mean, the tree issue has come up tons and tons and tons. And so we've had multiple conversations as a commission about that, but we haven't really narrowed it in on kind of how to deal with that. And the commission's changing as well. So I think we need to especially revisit the tree discussion. But I think the other elements that are listed there are something we need to have down as well.
It's tied to livability.
Yeah.
If we're going to be a walkable city, having a tree canopy makes it much more enjoyable. It deals with a sense of place. It's tied back into a lot of other things. Again, it ties back to tourism. We don't have healthy streams in our community. People aren't going to want to come here to go kayaking and whatever, with the water.
Okay. John?
So, I mean, Oregon City, to not have an environmental health goal would be, to me, flawed. We've got, 15 different drainage basins within our residential community here. We've got, probably definitely two major rivers, and Abernathy Creek is a pretty major river at times as well. So we've got a lot of that. I mean, we've got environmental compliance that we need to be in tune with. Trees has been a topic, but we've also got geologic code, we've got natural resource code, we've got protection of waters of the state that originate in Oregon City, that are all they're hot topics. Whenever there's a development that's proposed, it's going to touch a steep slope or a waterway in some way. This commission's always been pretty strong with advocacy for protection of that piece of our environment. So, we've got a natural environment in Oregon City that is one of those things that's maybe not unique in Clackamas County, because the whole county is pretty amazing when it comes to natural resources, but it's an important goal. And I think to me, it's about, not degrading environmental, our environment, no degradation to our environment seems to be kind of where people fall.
Okay, I'm going to put that as the outcome.
Frank?
I don't have no issue with making an environmental statement. I mean, you know how I feel about the trees, and as it relates to future inclusions within the borders of Oregon City and annexations. The water piece, I think we're doing a lot in the way of water. If we need to make a more formalized statement, that's fine. I mean, indirectly, we're trying to control the quality and the amount of water that gets processed and then regurgitated into the stream. So, but there are agencies that control those. I'm not sure how in depth we want to go on every element of it. I'm very strong on the tree component. The rest of it, I wonder if we'd be, other than making a statement, duplicating the efforts of other agencies at other levels. And I'd have to get more educated on it.
Okay. I was just looking through your notes on from your idea mapping, and the areas that we haven't really touched yet are housing, communications, and engagement. We've kind of touched on community identity a little bit in the conversation around tourism and economic development. But I know you guys had a lot of ideas there, so we probably need to just check in on that one once more. And then technology. We kind of touched on that in the realm of infrastructure as well as economic development, but I want to see if there's any final thoughts on technology. But I'm wondering if we should just go ahead and do a break, give a 20-minute lunch break, and then know that those are the 4 things that we need to, so definitely more in depth on housing, communications, and engagement, and then let's follow up on this community identity and technology. And I think we'll have all the ideas out and we'll be ready to refine these into the goals and actions so that we can prioritize. You guys good with that game plan? Okay. All right, so it's 12:03. Let's take till 12:23 for a break, and I will see you guys back in 20 minutes. All right, well, Rocky wants to know what we're eating. Anybody have anything particularly great for lunch? What's that,
I can
Greg?
strongly recommend the Hive Catering. That's where I got my lunch today. It's really, really good.
Nice. Popcorn's gonna have to suffice to hold me over until we're done here. We can do it. All right. And Katie, ice cream. I like where you're at. Let's see. Oh, Matt, the host stopped your video.
Same here.
Probably was not intentional.
I think I've been singled out.
Well, shoot, hold on. Commissioner O'Donnell, can we get everybody's videos back? I don't think I pressed anything. It looks like Katie's working on it. Maybe, yes, no, she is. Do you know how to fix it?
If you want me to leave it off while I eat, I can turn it back off, but.
Frank, oh, you found it. Okay.
Okay, good. All right. Looks like we've got everybody back. And we are in the home stretch of finishing this piece. And this is the part that takes the longest, so that's okay. Let's tackle housing. Who wants to start this conversation? Which group? I'm trying to see try to find your conversations around it. The only thing I found from group 1 is housing update code for missing middle for House Bill 2001.
I can talk about housing.
Okay.
We didn't talk about it too much in that group, but I had heard themes from, I guess, throughout the day, so I can mention some of those as well. So what we heard, or what I thought I heard, was a need for housing for all, essentially. So housing, not just affordable housing, but different types of housing as well to fit everybody's needs within the community.
Okay.
And there's a couple things that we already are doing. That House Bill 2001 required us to make some zoning code changes to facilitate some of those missing middle housing. So that's already on the horizon over the next year and a half anyway. But there's a whole host of strategies that we have talked about for things that we can do to help support housing. So there's a lot more tools in the toolkit other than zoning. Certainly collaboration or different things that we can do within our departments. We hadn't really reached what tools we actually wanted to implement. So I might suggest us coming up with, maybe, if it is a priority of the city, a plan for how to address it across multiple departments and agencies. So rather than I can list off a whole bunch of strategies, but I don't know if that'd be helpful here since we don't actually have the plan moving forward.
Okay, so I'm hearing an action could be to develop a plan for collaboration between the departments and agencies, the continued work on the zoning code changes pertaining to House Bill 2001, and Denise, you've got a hand up.
Well, only if Laura's done.
Go ahead.
It's, well, maybe not be well known. I'm not a big fan of House Bill 2001, not because of its content, but how it was done. I'm obviously a proponent of home rule, and I thought that we as a community could have gotten to the same result without it being hammered on us by the state. And I'm going to be very politically correct and polite. But what I think we need, so we changed it a little bit. It's not housing for all. We wanted to provide opportunities for different types of housing. That's what our group talked about. So I'm not suggesting we change it until there's consensus. But we need a tool that we need in order to get there is we need a housing inventory. And I mean very specific neighborhood by neighborhood. And that's been a goal that I've had from the standpoint of a person who lives here, not from the standpoint of a city commissioner. The reason that I support that is that way we will know what we have. We've kind of done it a little bit backwards because of the state law. We made some changes to our code without really looking at where we need this housing to be and where it could be because of land availability. So that housing inventory of land and where we have, what types of housing we have will be helpful in us to make a plan and a strategy. I think we also are dealing with an issue of compatibility and making these changes so that our community continues to be livable. People fear multiple family dwellings because of the way they've been built in the past, and they become these big monolithic boxes that end up getting stuck in the middle of people's neighborhoods with not enough parking and too many cars, not enough amenities for families. They're too small, they're too expensive. So I think that we can come up with some strategies and ideas. Again, it's about what we want as Oregon City, not what we're being told we need. And that's kind of all I'll say about that for now.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Denise. Commissioner Lyle Smith. And then Laura.
Sure, I probably need Laura to back me up, but I mean, what Denise is really talking about, this inventory, is really we just need a housing needs analysis. We've had a baseline one done that was part of the county's effort, and I believe a revamp of that is part of the OC 2040 comp plan process, or to be at least for the, or maybe that document to be adopted with the OC 2040 work. And so I see her shaking her head. I'm somewhere close. It's somewhere around in there. And that document actually it has our buildable land inventories. It talks about the housing units that are needed by income levels. So that's the kind of detailed data that we need to be working with. And we have some preliminary data on that right now that we could start with if we were really eager to get this work going. Regarding the collaboration, I think this touches on that public-private or our need to partner more with other entities and leverage funds from other entities. This is a whole market, and there are funds coming in, and because we have not taken a proactive and strategic approach to housing and made it a priority as from the city, I think we're going to miss out on some of these funds. So that's part of the reason I want to make this a priority. I don't think we're going to solve all the problems, but we at least need to get organized enough. I would like for us to get organized enough and strategic enough so that we can get in the game and leverage other resources to help us be a player and a service provider, or at least help in this area. I guess one thing I'll say about House Bill 2001 is I understand and I agree. I struggle with the whole idea of the state requiring certain things. I guess the only response is we know that there are communities who won't do it on their own. We were one of the few cities who were actually taking a proactive stance because we saw the need in housing, and we were willing to expand our housing choices, but it's not universal, and this is a statewide problem. So there's definitely some challenges there. Can't remember that the green bubble down there, opportunities for need for housing for all. We started out with housing for all, and we rewrote it to be, I believe we said housing options for all income levels or something like that, and it's on your whiteboard. But or Tony, you put language in there. It was a wide range. We went back and forth on whether or not we wanted to use the word all. I think the word all had some question marks on it because if you look at the income spectrum, you'll realize that there's a very extremely low, very low. You're talking about 0 to 30% income, median income, and that type of housing would be really hard for us versus just subsidizing some housing. So that's where the use of the word all becomes
Tricky.
But it can be aspirational, I guess, is where I would say. I mean, those income levels are all in our housing needs analysis. We know that it's needed. So I have a hard time departing from what we know is needing. We may not be able to provide it all, but at least acknowledging it and addressing it would be step one.
Okay. Laura, did your comment, I know you had your hand up, did it get addressed?
Yes, thank you.
Good. Okay. Other comments on housing? Okay. Good. Commissioners O'Donnell or Smith, did you guys have anything to add to this?
Well, since you named me first, I will say we need to have an open conversation about housing and the city's ability to assist in affordable housing. And honestly, the city is oftentimes vilified by home builders about, well, the cost of your permits and your SDCs. But Ms. Turway has done some really good work, and she's free to share that with the commission at any time. And we looked at what a $500,000 house sold for, and the total fees charged by OC were less than 6%, and they'd be even less than that, except included in some of those fees are pass-throughs. So if we want to take positive action, then that's an in-depth conversation, an action item not for today, about how do we pursue that? Do we talk about lands? Do we talk about our contribution in the way of lands and what the expectations are of builders? But it needs to be a two-way conversation. If in fact the city contributes to drive housing costs down, the outcome cannot simply be additional profit for developers and builders. It needs to be passed through to the people that would purchase those housing units.
Thank you, Commissioner O'Donnell. Rocky, anything you want to add to this conversation?
No, I think that looks good.
Okay. Let's see. The next one that we were going to tackle was communications and engagement. And I can see right here, this group had some conversation around it. You guys linked it to community forum, our plan for DEI. So is this do you see this as a separate thing, or did you kind of was it inclusive in the DEI conversation? Maybe it's not its own goal. Yes, Commissioner O'Donnell?
I see this communications piece as being inclusive in everything we do, absolutely everything.
Okay.
And if you were to take our survey, and I did this and went through it and actually laid out things, tabulated responses, because the survey questions can limit the quality of your response or what you derive from it, but you start tabulating things. Number one issue, homelessness. Number two, a total misunderstanding of the city's relationship to the mill site. So obviously we've got a failure to communicate. And then third is our growth and improving retail. I look at it and I feel, and I don't want Kristen to feel this is an attack on her personally, but I feel like we need to restructure that position more to a community engagement position and encourage two-way communications. And the reason I do that is, how effective are we being? And when we look at another page in this survey, from which two sources do you most prefer to get information? Our Trail News, which is it's an infrequent publication, gets 29% of the vote. The city website gets 8%. If you combine social media and Nextdoor together, social media is twice as effective as our city website. So I'd like to restructure that. How do we reach? How do we drive our message home? How do we get people attached to what we need to see? And even, we know the neighborhood associations are faltering. maybe they create their own Facebook post where we're allowed to post. And I realize, and Kristen can correct me if I'm wrong, she came before us at one point and said the city itself cannot join chit chat. But could we possibly use the announcement page? And I know that the people that run that have become actually more politically active lately. So I'd like to re-engage them, but maybe even just look at this job description and maybe redefine it, modify it, and see if we can come to an agreement that makes us more effective. And a lot of this is a result of what I see in this survey.
Thank you, Commissioner O'Donnell. Other comments on communications and engagement? Yeah, Rocky?
I'll just add briefly. This is a conversation we've had and many times actually, but basically the going back and forth between the neighborhood association's success and failure. We're going kind of the other direction right now, where we had in the past, some more community involvement based staff that would reach out into those neighborhoods and also encourage that. And so I kind of feel us going back down away from the neighborhoods again, and we need to kind of revitalize that connection. Just in the last couple of weeks, we've had several topics where, were issues because there was no neighborhoods established.
Okay. Jim, and then Commissioner Lyle Smith.
Yeah, and I have no idea how to put my hand down.
I'll get you. Don't worry.
I've talked to Frank about this. I've talked to other people about this topic, and the interesting thing to me about when I was looking at that survey was sort of the difference between information of when people want information, can they go look for it and find it? And then the other part is, how do we take things inside the city or information that we have that we want to get out? And I think that, and I really learned a lot when we were doing the utility fee. We have never pushed so hard and been so deliberate and spent so much time, whether it was staff time or a bunch of us volunteering our time on the side, that we were 1-2 years into that whole project, and we would run into people or find out from somebody who'd say, we need a new police department. And it was it was informative and frustrating at the same time, because, part of me thought, how do you spend this much time and energy trying to get this information out? And at the time we had Chris Wadsworth, who at work time and in her own personal time spent a ton of time out in neighborhoods. I guess my message is, I think there's things that we could definitely do different, new, creative, there's always ways we're going to be able to try. But I will say that I don't think that any city or any government is ever sitting in a place where they don't have a disconnection between a lot of people who may not necessarily want to plug into their city the way that other people do.
All right, thanks, Jim. Commissioner Lyle Smith.
Thanks. Yeah, I would agree with that. I mean, it's one of those, we're never going to get everybody, but so it would be good to have some reasonable metric that we said, our goal was to reach a certain percentage of the city, and how do we reach that population, knowing that our population is made up of a whole bunch of different groups and ages, and that means your style of communication is a whole variety of things. I think that we are implementing a variety of communication techniques with the newsletters, with the monthly email newsletter. We've got social media going on. We've got, plus, so I think we're doing a lot of work there. I think the question becomes, if we don't think we're doing enough, then what resources are we willing to put behind it to add more to the conversation? Because Kristen is only one person, and right now, if the trail news, for example, is getting a pile of readership, then, I think that's one piece of the puzzle. But if it's an effective piece of the puzzle, then we need to evaluate, okay, so is the frequency of that publication meeting our performance measures of what we'd like to do. And if not, we just have to be willing to say, we have to add more resources for her, and maybe and or for know that it's going to cost money, you know, to send out flyers and mailers and all this kind of stuff. And I don't know. We're talking lots about Kristen, and I feel bad because she's sitting there. We're talking about her right in front of her face, but she probably has some ideas on this. And if budget were no option, she could probably come up with a long list of things of how we could spend more money and do more stuff to enhance our communications outreach. So one, I want her to feel supported, because I do see what you're doing online and in social media and our trail news, and I think they're great products. I just think it's a little bit bigger of a conversation, probably more than what we want to spend today to solve it. But maybe when it comes around to budget, this is where one of those, like, we're highlighting a thing, and I would love for staff to come back and tell me if budget were no issue, how would you tackle communication to raise the communications bar, knowing that this is an interest of ours? And then we could at least have the conversation of what money do we need to put behind it, and where does that fall in all of our other departments and everything else that needs money. So I'll stop there. Thanks.
All right, Commissioner O'Donnell, and then Tony.
Well, I never think it's correct to say we're doing as good as we can do. There's not an organization that survives and prospers that doesn't seek continuous improvement. And I feel that communication, where we're lacking in communication, is it's not two-way communication. It's a directed message. And, you know, I look at items like Nextdoor with 30,000 viewers, and I look at the number of viewers our website has, and knowing that the people that run Nextdoor have gotten more politically active in the past year, you know, will they allow us to use the message board? I mean, I'd like for us to reopen a conversation with them. The other thing that my fellow commissioner just touched on is the timeliness of information. I mean, information that's 2 months old is just old information. And when we first envisioned this job, one of those tasks was rumor control, but most rumors seem to be controlled by either individual commissioners getting online and responding to them. I think we just need to have a greater presence in the single most effective avenue of communication, and that's social media. So I think it's an action item where we review that job description, not the performance of the individual, the job description. Is a job description define for us what it is we seek to achieve, and then go from there. Thanks.
Tony?
I guess, you know, I guess it'd be helpful to know if we're talking about communication or if we're talking about public engagement, because those are two different things. The city of Portland, for example, is the Office of Neighborhood Involvement, which is essentially, you know, staff that all they do is work with the neighborhood associations, right? If that's, you know, something that we want to go, I think then it gets down to that discussion that we were having about, you know, do we prioritize this? Do we put budgeting behind it? You know, I mean, I'm hoping when I look at it, there's a need for both. And so to take away from one to do the other, I'm not sure you're doing yourself a service. You're probably doing yourself a disservice at the end of the day. And we just recently finished and brought to the commission earlier this year the communication strategy. You know, so I'm sure that there are things that we can do. I guess that, you know, I think that the commission needs to provide direction. If they want staff on social media monitoring rumors, that's a big amount of staff time. I mean, if we're going to pay somebody to watch Twitter, we need to be pretty clear about that, because I'm not sure that, you know, it's like anything else, right? You do too many things, you do none of them well. And that is a deep, dark hole all into itself.
Okay, thanks, Tony. Kristen?
I love hearing you guys talk about this. I mean, this is my world. And so it's really good to hear from you guys to get your thoughts and opinions and what you guys are hearing. Tony is correct. You know, in this world, there is communications, which is taking the information, taking staff directives, taking projects, packaging them together, and then getting it out. And then there is community engagement, which is going out and asking the hows, the whys. You know, before we start this project, we're engaging. I think the comprehensive plan has done an amazing job at really evolving how we go out and do community engagement, because they've been really focused on underrepresented voices. And then you also have the PIO role, which is responding to media inquiries, doing on-camera interviews. And me coming in as the communications coordinator, I have been doing definitely the communications role. I definitely do the PIO role. And then I have a piece of that engagement role. So it's funny to talk about it because in some ways they parallel and then in some ways they intersect. I took away from the communications survey, I thought it was really interesting. We asked what people wanted to hear about most, and it was police services and events. So I get the frustration when you are talking to the community and saying, oh, wow, we're doing this great project. Didn't you know about it? If that's not something they're jiving or something they're into, it's not going to come to them. And in a social media world specifically, it's a tool. You know, social media is just a tool. So using it as a platform of communication, we are doing that. And of course, I beat myself up more than anybody else could, because I always feel like, gosh, we could be doing 1 million different things. But I really appreciate all of your comments, because it is good to understand from you guys what you feel like success is. Is it going out into the community and everybody understands where we're at on the Molalla Streetscape project? Or is it that we're starting a DEI program and people are excited and engaged about that? We could definitely rejigger trail news into doing something more monthly. That's totally things that I'm interested in. And yeah, it's going to take more resources because a monthly publication is expensive to get out. It's expensive to produce. So if I had an unlimited budget coming into this role, I would have said, let's kill this trail news thing and let's do something short and brief in the utility bill. And the survey proved me wrong that trail news is a impactful document. But people want the information more frequently. So I'm pivoting some of the work that I'm doing to make that happen, easy peasy. But this engagement piece, yeah, I want to hear more.
Commissioner O'Donnell, did your hand go up again, or did I forget to lower it?
Oh, no, it went up again this time.
Okay, all right, thanks. Go ahead.
I'll tell you right out, I always balk when the first reaction is that we need more money. Now, maybe we do, maybe we don't, but let's see what is possible, what we have. I don't think it's necessary to physically go out to the neighborhood meetings. I mean, we had people that did that. It worked effectively. But in today's world, I honestly think the use of, if these neighborhoods establish their own Facebooks, it would be fine. I misidentified actually Chit Chat has the great subscribership. You know, when we were campaigning, and Rachel has done this and I've done it, we actually did pop-up ads that popped up that informed people of our candidacy. So I honestly feel like it's just a review of the job description. I honestly prefer it to be called a public engagement position. And of course, communications is a component of that. But when I look at these results, where people get their information, and look at some of these responses on this survey that show me they're not informed, it's like, what vehicles can we do? How can we be more efficient, more effective, starting with what we've got, and then make decisions if we needed to go further than that? Thanks.
All right, let's hear from Jim, and then I just want to get I have a question about some clarification on this to see, make sure we're headed down a direction and getting some closure or getting somewhere. Jim, go ahead.
So just, I want to say two more things really quick. One, I've definitely noticed that the neighborhoods have fallen off. Just at Chief's Advisory, I used to, then it was a full table, and now it's, there are fewer people who are engaged, and I don't know if that's related to COVID. I have no idea. But one thing I want to just say on the things that people don't see, at least as far as Kristen is concerned, is the nice thing about having her there versus when we did not is I don't care what happens. Anything that pops up in policing, right away, there's emails, texts. Can I help? Is there anything I can put out? You guys need this. You guys need this. And she's always, I don't know the right way of saying Johnny on the spot for a woman, but she's Jill on the spot every time that we've got something, usually with ideas that we don't have. So she is all over everything that's happening. I just wanted to say that on her behalf.
Okay, thanks, Chief. Denise, I see your hand. I just want to see if we're headed down a path of, is this its own goal? And I just want to kind of get a sense from the commissioners, if this needs to be added. The first thing I heard when we started talking about this is included in everything that we do. But now we've had this robust conversation about it. And I just kind of want to get some clarification on if we're seeing this as a separate goal. So Denise, since your hand is up, if whatever comment you were going to make, plus could you weigh in on whether or not you think this is its own goal, separate area?
I think that it is. To answer your second question first, it's something that's weaves its way through everything that we do at the city.
Yeah.
What I wanted to add was that every department has a piece of the communications pie, and they may or may not realize it, but they do. So I think we have our communications coordinators there as a resource, but I think that each department needs to have an overarching goal of, this is the city's goal or vision that we will outreach to people. And we have to continue to do that. We have kind of two different tracks here, because getting information out is one thing and getting information to is part of the other thing. So the city, I think, in supporting, has done everything it can to initiate and help people become involved. But then people get complacent and they rely on one person. And so if that person moves out of their neighborhood, there they are. So where we're, the other people have to speak up, and we're doing things, I think, that will help that happen, but we can always do more. I did take the information in the community survey, but that's a small cross section of our community. That's just, so many people. It doesn't represent everybody, but it's a cross section. So while I love the trail news too, I like it. Like I said, it's sitting on my coffee table right now. So if anyone does come over, they'll be able to see it. But I like the e-blast that we've been doing. I don't think that we should spend a lot of time on other people's social media doing damage control unless it's really, something pretty ridiculous. And I don't follow all the social media sites personally because, number one, I don't have time, and number two, some of the nonsense I don't have time for. And I just rather put my efforts into other things that are more productive. So the he said, she said stuff doesn't appeal to me. But I think we have to continue to try to outreach to our community. And one year this might work, might not work next year, but we've tried different things. And I think that's great that we're continuing to want to do that. And I do think it does have to do with budget. If we want a mini trail news to come out, it doesn't have to have a lot of glossy, could be online. But then it gets back to that issue of fiber. Does everybody have access to the online stuff? I don't think so. I love the idea of the water bill. Excuse me, let me take that back. I've got to get out of the old system. Utility bill, tucking something in there. People pay attention when stuff is tucked in there. So I just want to promote that as an idea.
All right, Commissioner O'Donnell, we've heard a lot from you on this topic. Before that we get this additional comment, I want to check in with the others to make sure we're on the right page as far as putting this as its own goal or incorporating. Rocky, can you weigh in on this?
So is the question that we're asking, is communication and community engagement two separate things? Is that what we're really trying to?
I think that's my next question. I think is this something that gets elevated as its own goal, or does it getting the initial comment was this is part of everything we do, and so it sounds like it's its own thing.
Yeah, I kind of think it's its own goal, but I do see two separate pieces there too.
Okay. All right.
And thank you for letting me cut in front of Frank. I appreciate it.
All right, Commissioner Lyle Smith, where are you on this?
I would agree. I think it's its own goal. And I think it's two-pronged though. I think what we're hearing is the desire to have both. Whether or not we have the resources to do it is another conversation, but I think the desire is there to have it as communications and communication and community engagement.
Okay. All right. Now, Commissioner O'Donnell, what else did you want to add to this?
Most of it's in agreement. I agree it's its own goal. I think community engagement, a component of that, an essential component, starts with communication. So I think they are linked at the hip and need to be done concurrently by the same office. You know, I was listening to Chief Band and I was wondering how our communication system becomes aware that there's an issue brewing in the community. And I think about, we wanted rumor control. I think about the time that I got on social media and broke down the sale of the police station because rumors were running amok. It's like, those are the kind of things I thought that we should be doing. So in the end, my encouragement would be, let's review the job description in view of the fact that we want it to encompass both community engagement and its component communication. Thanks.
Commissioner O'Donnell, Claire, just a point on that. You brought, this has come up a couple times, and about the commissioner's role in supporting engagement and saying how you participated and feel that, dealing with rumors or things like that. Is that part of this conversation? Do the commissioners find that they have a role in supporting engagement?
We do it because I know when Kristen came before the commission and told us what she could not do, and it was an element that I didn't realize when we created the position, and access to social media is such an essential component of performing what I felt the commission wanted to do when the position was created. I would like to not have to do that, but we essentially, I'm sure every one of us, at least I know Rachel does and I do, occasionally will get on to set the record straight.
Okay.
And I'll just jump in if you don't mind. So a piece of rumor control is having information readily available. And we have beefed up the amount of press releases we do, so that way they can get media attention. We have beefed up project pages. Poor Brian Van Smorenberg on this Malala Streetscape project. I meet with him weekly, so that way we can put information out about what's happening. So building a structure in place to have information readily available is a component of the rumor control piece. The piece about not going into private Facebook pages is a structure that Facebook set up, right? They have these closed groups, and these groups are meant for a personal Facebook page to talk to a personal Facebook page. And that's something that no government, you could sneaky snake your way into it, but then Facebook could kick you off. So you don't want to abuse the products or the platforms that you're using. We could also pay into a program where we're on home listening devices and someone could say, hey, Alexa, tell me what's going on with the city of Oregon City. But the optics of that, downstream, if that listening device was compromised, could be scary. So I never want to put us into a place where we're going into a private forum, and by virtue of us as a government doing that, making all that conversation public, because anything that we say and do as a government is open to the public records request. So just wanted to provide some parameters around that. And it's the same way that Nextdoor is set up. We've posted, I just did a review, over 90 posts in Nextdoor, and that goes to, you know, either all neighborhoods or specific neighborhoods about projects going on. And there's a lot of dialogue, whether it be on the post itself or private messages, that we get to have those conversations and help explain those projects. So I support using all of these tools the way that they're set up to use.
Okay, thanks, Kristen. John, did you have something you want to add to this? I feel like we're now beating this one to death, so I want to try to wrap it up.
That's fine. Go ahead and wrap it up.
Okay, let's get off of this one. So we've got it as its own goal. We recognize that there's two components to it. Part of it's communication, part of it's community engagement. There's lots of direction there. We have these last areas to wrap up, and I want to get through these conversations. It's the public-private partnerships, this whole partnership conversation, it feels like this has been interspersed throughout the various goals. Does anybody disagree with that? The only ones we haven't really touched on, we touched on partnerships in economic development and in homelessness. What we haven't touched on is the daycare piece or the youth programs. Yes, Commissioner Lyle Smith.
Well, I think the daycare piece could go into the economic development as there's a list of services and that our community needs. And daycare is one of those. We've heard about it. It's tied to our workforce. It's probably tied to maybe a couple of other things because daycare is fundamental to a lot of folks. So I would put that one there. The youth center thing to me comes around to kind of our services. So I believe that we had if we were to move that one or try to find a home for it, I would say it could be in what are the services? Because Parks doesn't have its own spoke in the wheel. But I think providing city services and doing it well and having the staffing, I think it would end up being in that conversation. But open to suggestion, just trying to find homes for those things, because I agree, public-private partnerships or partnerships and collaboration in general, it should be all over in every aspect of that spoke.
Okay. Yes, I saw James and then Kendall.
Did we mention workforce development in the economic development section?
Yes, we did.
Okay.
Where was it? Workforce development, ages 18 to 35.
Okay. So the other thing I wanted to bring up is that there is so much, in terms of tourism, there is so much opportunity for us to work in collaboration with Parks and Rec, especially when it comes to the river, because the river is a wonderful asset for the community. Oregon City would not be here without it. And we've got to find a way to connect the river to the rest of the city, or at least the shoreline, because along the shoreline, it is spotty at best. And it is just not a good connection between the river and the shoreline. And since we have parks all along it, there's just an opportunity there that probably we could explore, especially when Kendall goes into the master plan for parks or comprehensive plan for parks.
Okay. Kendall?
So I just wanted to say, in regards to youth programs, we are already starting the process of exploring different programs that we could offer, like after school programs, or incorporating like camps, different things that we can do to fill that gap with youth programs. We'll also be looking at opportunities to collaborate with other partners within the community to see how we can expand those services and assessing the needs from the community. We know daycare is something that's a need. So we're looking at options, how we could utilize our space for programming. So those are all things that we're going to be pursuing.
Okay, thank you. All right, so I'm just going to shift this partnership piece over here. And I think you guys have called out several very specific areas where partnerships could be leveraged. And then the last two things that we have to deal with are community identity and technology. Technology's already come up under infrastructure, and it's come up under DEI. Did you guys have any other conversations around technology that we need to reference so that we've captured it?
Our group's conversation in regard to technology really centered around fiber optics or broadband and making sure that, because I think even Denise just mentioned everyone doesn't have access to internet or broadband, and that's very true. And those of us who do, when you get to a certain part of the community, for some reason it drops off. So I think it's important that from an economic development point of view, that we invest in fiber optic technology so that if we even manufacturers, they need a lot of data to run their shops. And since a lot of people are going to be at home because the employers recognize that as a consequence of COVID, they can actually have more people at home. So our homes are going to be turned into offices for many people. So to have access to good internet, and particularly high-speed internet, is going to be essential.
Okay.
I think
Yes, go ahead. Or Denise, you have your hand up. I don't know.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that COVID presents some particular problems because one element of our community or one segment of our community relied heavily on the library and the use of those computers and access to whatever services were available. And we don't have that now. And we don't really have a good way to fill that gap in. But I'm just identifying it as a problem.
All right, thanks, Denise. Tony, and then Greg.
Yeah, and I think I just want to be, what we also talked about was like small cell and 5G, and if that is different here, I'm not sure yet. I know part of the work that James is doing is looking at, the need for high-speed internet throughout the community. And I think maybe that comes out of some of the work that's being done for the city strategic plan. I don't know, James, am I on the right track there?
You're on the right track. 5G, it's of course, a lot of wirelessness, but wireless technology, but the technology is coming along. It's not there yet in terms of 5G because of there's some issues with 5G, but in terms of fiber optics, yes, it's part of the whole plan.
Just a point of clarification on this. So this feels like it fits appropriately in infrastructure. It touches in other areas. There's themes in DEI and economic development as well. But do you guys have a plan? Is this an analysis? I'm just trying to get a little more specific. It's not, you wouldn't just go out and invest and build install fiber. You would probably have some sort of analysis or strategy or something that took place first. So what's the first step?
I think this is something we should look at and study. Like I don't want to give the impression that we're committing to build fiber all throughout the city.
Yes, and I think that's where I'm trying to get some clarity.
And he's right. That's not the strategy. Because the best strategy really for this type of thing we're talking about is for a vendor to do it, to have it or to do it, and we enter into a public-private partnership with them. And they control it, they fix it, it's theirs, but our relationship is based on pricing and based on customer service and based on accessibility.
Okay, good,
So,
clear around that. And that, yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, so I guess to me, this is kind of acknowledging that yes, this is something we're willing to begin the steps of studying. Like I'm not even sure the game's started yet, right? We're so early.
Yeah. Let's see, Greg, you had your hand up, and then John.
Yeah, I won't take a lot of time. I do want to echo what Denise said. In the library world, we've known the digital divide is a problem for years and years and years. And there are haves and have-nots when it comes to technology. The COVID pandemic has certainly exacerbated that. There are things that we do in the library that try to address this, even in COVID. We have device lending and hotspot lending, but I talk with my colleagues, peers, and staff. What a library can do, it's a drop in the bucket, with the need that's out there. So, even if we have a dozen hotspots to lend out, that's not going to address the big problem. So I really love the idea of taking a more holistic view of how you can improve broadband access to a larger segment of the population. It's something I know they're working at the state level. The other thing we're always cognizant of is it's not just the infrastructure. When you're talking about people having access to technology, they need to have access to the infrastructure. They need to have access or affordability of the actual device to connect to the infrastructure. And they've also got to have the skill set in order to use that technology effectively. And those are things that we work on in the library. It's another one of those things. Boy, I wish we had more resources to get out in the community and provide that mentorship and that training for technology. And it's a real challenge. So I welcome any discussion around this. It's very near and dear to our library hearts. So.
Okay, I'm going to put that back over in DEI. So that feels really specific to there. All right, let's see. John and then Rocky.
I just want to say real quick that this feels like one of those things that is a government program. Is it really in our business model? That's one thing I would want to say, because it's not a small undertaking. And I think based on the conversations I've had with James, he's thinking collaboration, not necessarily taking it on as a business model. So I think that that's important to hear. The other thing that I would say is this is another opportunity with our county, in that they have a pretty extensive fiber network that they got a massive federal grant to build. They've kind of taken ownership of that in a way that I think could be expanded to serve more needs. They're working with the school district to serve them. And they've got a department that's kind of set up for that. And I just think that might be a really easy, low-hanging fruit to kind of take on as one of these relationship building things with the county that would pay dividends pretty quickly.
Okay, thanks, John. Rocky.
Cybersecurity hasn't been put down there, and I know that's a conversation we've had with staff a little bit.
Okay. We'll list that in there as well. Commissioner Lyle Smith.
Yeah, I think cybersecurity is definitely a key piece. I think one of our outcomes should be implementing the brand new IT strategic plan, and that would cover a lot of technology needs. May not cover this fiber broadband need, but would be a good starting point.
Okay, thank you, Tony.
Sorry. So yeah, I agree there. I think we just had the presentation on the IT strategic plan. We'll be bringing that back for adoption. I guess one thing that would be helpful, and if you have an opinion right now, or if you need more time, I certainly understand, because we really didn't discuss this, but one of the components of that was, should IT be a department with a director level staff? That is one of the recommendations in the plan. We certainly don't have to decide that now, unless people have opinions they'd like to share, because obviously we'll be bringing that back for, approval by the commission once we get all the details and tasks and whatnot ironed out in there. But this implementing it, to me, that is included in there. And so, if we're thinking about budget and how to do that, there were those two components, right? Really focusing on, the cybersecurity, disaster recovery component. And then, there's, a lot of projects in there, but, as well as part of that is, do we change how that department is set up and managed?
Okay. IT director, you mentioned one more thing, cybersecurity. What else was?
Well, disaster recovery, I think
Disaster recovery.
they're all,
Okay.
very similar.
All right. Denise.
Yeah, I wanted to say that the, IT plan should be looked at from a DEI framework. Also, when you talk about disaster recovery, we had said we were going to be participating in a 360 review of kind of what happened after the forest fires. So I don't know where that is. In order for me to make a decision about whether or not IT should be elevated to the level the plan recommends, I would need to know what the budget implications of that are. And I would like to see options. If we decide not to make it a department level, what are the other options? Or if we do, what are those options? I don't know. Question.
Okay. Commissioner Lyle Smith.
I think so. Can we make the IT position director structure conversation? Can we take that offline and make that I would be interested in having those conversations. It's an HR conversation and management organizational structure conversation. There are some options there. And I'd be happy to participate in talking about some options that we could present to the commission or for consideration. Just to throw that out there.
Okay, so you want to see it, just take it off of here and have it at a later time.
Well, it's an item that, that needs to be addressed. I'm just kind of making a side narrative comment.
Oh, okay. Got it. Okay.
I think it's an item that it's going to need some more discussion, and like Denise mentions, that there's a budget component to it, there's an HR component to it, there's a management operations type, how could it potentially work? And
okay. Commissioner O'Donnell. Oh, you're on mute.
I agree with taking it online. I think it's a budgetary discussion. I think we define the task and define the resources necessary. We know that a lot of that will be task specific subcontracting to experts in those areas. So let's reserve this for a budgetary discussion once we understand the scope of the task.
Okay. All right. I think we've tackled technology. The last one is community identity.
I just want to say I concur with that.
Thank you, Denise. Sounds like everybody's on the same page there. All right, last one is community identity. Again, this came up in our conversation around tourism quite a bit. I don't know.
Look at our notes. We have notes on this.
Yep, from this one, you guys.
No, I mean our side bullets on the side where we did our brainstorm. Yeah.
Yeah, that's where I'm going over to that. So this group, you guys, it doesn't look like there was maybe, oh, here it was, community identity. So arts and events, Arts Commission, Jansen Beach Carousel, Memorial for, I don't know how to pronounce the name of that tribe. I apologize.
Cayuse.
Cayuse, thank you. Murals. And then this group, community identity, community showcase, hometown feel, safety, businesses, arts, murals, walkability, infrastructure. So a lot of synergy there. Let's pull that over. This. And I will grab these ones. Where'd they go? All right. Okay, so community identity. Does anybody want to just, I feel like you guys, obviously there was quite a bit of synergy here. Any points of clarification on just what you meant by some of this stuff, just to make sure we're all on the same page?
Oh, I have my hand up, so I'll.
Oh, sorry. Thank you, Denise. I'm trying
That's
to.
okay. I knew you were moving things around, so I thought, well, I'll just speak up a little bit, and then I'm assuming my friend, Mr. O'Donnell, will follow me.
Okay.
To me, this ties into our vision statement. So when we were creating the headlines,
yes,
it's into who this community is. And I think some of us feel like we have a community identity, but I think that there are many others who do not understand what our community identity is. And that will tie back into our statement of, gee, Oregon City, historic, welcoming, amazing. And I can't remember the other one because it wasn't in my group, but your headline was great, was lovely too. I loved it. I think the things you have down there we don't have the Jantzen Beach Carousel is not located in our community. It's important. So I'm not even sure why that's in there unless you're looking at it as an attraction, but those are specific things. I'm talking more high level. I feel that we are, again, and not everybody shares this, I feel we are a very unique community. We have assets here that no other city in our state, and maybe in the nation, and maybe the world don't have. Our history is varied, and the real stories about our history are coming out, which is great with our engagement with our local government partners, the tribal governments. We have only vertical street in North America that is being managed, and it's a big tourist draw. People know Oregon City by the elevator. They also know it by the wagons, but more negatively, like, why don't you put those bonnets back on top? And I've been saying that for 20 years. So we have things here that we can capitalize on that relate to tourism, that relate to identity, that relate to vision, that relate to inclusivity, that relate to diversity, there's a lot. The question is it only a small group of people that know that? And gets back to my whole idea of having our community get to know who we are and who their community is. We have to help educate people who are already here about why we are so awesome.
Okay. Thank you, Denise. Other comments on this? Yes, Commissioner Lyle Smith.
Thank you. So I want to touch on the hometown feel lit that was in our group. We felt like that hometown feel was coming up multiple times in multiple groups, and there was a thread there. And so then we were thinking, what does it mean? How do you define that? What makes a person feel like they're in a very well identified community? And so we felt like people would feel at home if they were safe, if they had local unique businesses, if we had arts and culture and murals. And we've talked about that more in a little more detail in other group conversations. And then walkability comes to play in there. And that's where that infrastructure piece comes, because people, if people feel comfortable and if they feel safe and have the infrastructure to walk to their parks and to walk amongst their neighbors and walk their dogs and, just a variety of stuff, that's the kind of stuff that makes you feel at home, that you feel like you're in a community, that you belong, that you enjoy. A lot of people, maybe they've moved here from a while ago and they forget why they picked Oregon City. I didn't move here. I moved here not too long ago. So it's a little bit more fresh in my mind of why I picked Oregon City versus living somewhere else, because I moved around to a bunch of places that I didn't like. And so, but I agree with Denise that, some of it is communicating that. But I think I think it's kind of a natural feel, I think, but I think there's things that we can do to embrace that. I think our community events, our concerts in the park, our movies in the park, our stuff at the library, all of these things come together to make us feel like a community when we come together, particularly these events. I love the idea about the memorial for the Cayuse tribe, working with the tribes, and the river walk in itself is going to bring a cultural and an iconic attribute and a uniqueness to our city. So anyway, I just want to expand a little bit on that that big green bubble and kind of the conversation that happened around that.
Thank you. Rocky.
So I want to just share why I threw the Jantzen Beach Carousel on that. One is, you know, some of these different things that may be really specific as what adds to our community identity. And that's kind of why the reference to the tribes there and the memorial specifically as well. But remember, our identity is that Portland began here. Our identity is that PGE began here. Part of our identity is that the electric streetcar lines began here. And Jantzen Beach Carousel is an integral piece of that story. There is no home for the Jantzen Beach Carousel, and of all the places in the Portland metro region to have that story tied to, it's Oregon City. And the fact that they are looking for a home for it, I think Oregon City needs to advocate for that. And one of our main discussions here is to be open to opportunities. This is a huge opportunity to connect Oregon City's story at Willamette Falls and Kenema Park to the region, and to be able to kind of share part of that identity. I don't think there's any other community that can share that story or that connection to that story than Oregon City can. So I think that's why I threw it out there. I want it to be on our radar, because right now the Restore Oregon has the Jantzen Beach Carousel. There's plans to restore it and build a home for it. I think Oregon City needs to be active in engaging in that conversation and pitching why we think it's best to be brought to Oregon City.
Let's see, Rachel threw a comment out that she thought it found a home. Not true, is that?
I don't think that's true.
Okay. All right. Okay, so that helps to illuminate that idea a little further. Anything else on community identity?
Why did we eliminate that?
Eliminate what? Did I eliminate something?
Well, did it get deleted or what?
What, Jantzen Beach?
Oh, right there.
No,
I just say we finished something, so.
Oh, no, I wanted to see if there was anything else on community identity. I just elaborated on it, so it was a little.
It got really small, I couldn't see.
Sorry, there it is.
I wanted to add that Rocky, you know, he has a very unique perspective. I mean, he was born and raised here. I think that it's becoming a smaller and smaller group, but I think it says something about this community. But I've been here long enough that I hate to even say how long, but I feel like I can now say that Oregon City is my hometown. I've lived here longer than I've lived any place else during my father's military career. And it feels like home to me. And one of the small things that I like about it is that if I go walking around this area, people say hi to each other, even if we don't know each other. And I walked the Clackamas River Trail last week, and I made it a point to say hello or good morning to every single person I passed. And you should have seen some of the looks I got, like, oh my God, somebody's speaking to me, to, oh, hi, back. But that's kind of what it takes. You know, that's kind of what it takes in our community. And I do make a point of speaking to people if I'm making eye contact with them with masks. That's about all we got now. And it's one of the things that I love about this place. It's friendly to me, but it's not friendly to everybody. Oh, I don't know about that one, Rachel.
Rachel's asking, can we add Independence Day celebration fireworks so we don't lose it as an idea that our community has raised multiple times? Does anybody have any heartburn with adding this?
I do.
Yes.
Why?
I mean, we need to revisit the discussion of why it doesn't exist today. And the reason that the city decided not to do it in the past. So unless we open at that conversation and how we got there, it doesn't mean we can't bring it back, but you need to know the history of why it's gone.
I'll agree with Commissioner Rocky Smith on that matter.
All right.
I'd like to be informed, so, but you guys can tell me off.
I will agree with Commissioner O'Donnell and Commissioner Rocky Smith.
All right. It sounds like you guys can have another conversation about this, and
That's a broader conversation about events and park use and all
Oh,
sorts of.
sure. But it's a community event that a lot of people have said they
It hasn't been a
together.
community. It hasn't been a community event for probably more than almost 10 years, and it was originally
Longer than that.
Longer than that. It's been a long time. So it wasn't an annual event that we've had. It used to be a shared event between the three cities. Then it became an Oregon City Gladstone event, and none of the other cities contributed it. And so eventually it was just Oregon City putting on a 3-city event, and it went away. So that's.
I'm not referencing anything in the past. I'm saying I'm looking to the future and saying, is this a potential event? Because I've had a lot of people ask about whether or not it could be a community event. That's all I'm asking. I'm not talking about anything in the past or anything that went wrong, because I don't know all the details, but.
Well, that's so I don't lose it. I guess I thought you meant that we had lost it. We have.
Oh, no, I just didn't want to lose the idea, because I've had a bunch of people me on it that, we could talk about it later.
okay. I'm hearing though the group does. I'm getting a sense the majority of the group doesn't want to see it on the chart, but that doesn't preclude you guys from having a conversation about it later. So I'm just going to put it off on the side.
Can you put it in the parking lot?
You betcha. That's what I was just going to say. So Independence firework display, add to parking lot. Okay. Got it. All right. So now we have these 8 goal areas. Let me go back to sharing. I know it looks a little crazy, but we got there. So 8 goal areas. Typically where I would have you guys go from here is, again, break you into small groups to refine these and clean them up a little bit so that we could prioritize. I think that you guys have had a lot of discussion on all of them. So my hope would be that wouldn't be too difficult to do. But it would just be kind of syncing up being clear about what the strategies are, and with that align with the overarching goals. So then we can do the prioritization exercise from there. And to do it in small groups is really the most efficient way to do it, where we just we assign it to the commissioner and a couple staff members to work on a specific goal. And in this instance, since there's 4 of you, I would imagine assigning 2 goals per commissioner to kind of work through with staff how to refine this a little bit so we can get to the prioritization process. Tony?
I just wanted to put out there were 1 or 2 issues as well that never really that have come up often but have not. Charter amendment. I don't know if that's just a parking lot issue or it didn't make anybody's list, but it was something we've heard quite a bit about. And I don't know if community identity, at some point we've got to deal with Buena Vista House. And I don't know if that's once again a parking lot issue or something that we deal with when we're working with Kendall. But those were 2 topics that we've had quite a bit of discussion about.
Commissioner Lyle Smith.
It seems like those are projects, not necessarily goals. So I think that's maybe why they haven't come up, or like things to talk about. I feel like a lot of these things need more discussion. So I'm not sure that the charter piece would come up. It would have to come up in some future exercise, whether that's today in today's exercises or later. I don't know.
Yes, Rocky.
And I guess this is a comment in general, but also specific to Buena Vista House. There's certain things that we're kind of mixed on the commission as to the direction for Buena Vista House. That will probably change when the commission is solid and we have another person added to the commission. That could change. So some of these things, not just that topic, but other topics that we go into here in our goals session, they need to be loose enough that we revisit them when the commission is at full, and revisit these, because I think there will be some changes made once we have a full commission.
All right. Are you guys, I'm hearing then it's okay to put the charter amendment in the Buena Vista House in the parking lot for now? Any other feelings on that?
Agree.
Yes, yes, yes. Okay, all right. I've got them in the parking lot. Okay, are you guys game for doing this refinement process? Okay,
The
Katie.
question I'm posing.
I like your enthusiasm. Yes, Commissioner O'Donnell.
I just posed a question. What's the desired end product of the small group breakout? And at what point do we ever get to defining action items, or that comes later?
That's this part. That is the refinement process. You guys have all of this direction. There's action items embedded throughout these yellow sticky notes, throughout these strategies. And that's what would be helpful to define the action items in each of these goals so that we can get some prioritization around that. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Yep. Okay. What I don't think we're likely to get to today, unless this part of the process goes really quickly, is the team agreement. And I warned Tony about this, that this was ambitious to do this all in a virtual session from 8:30 to 3. So it may be just a follow-up conversation that we can either do as part of the reflection, or you guys do at a future commission work session. So we'll just have to see how the next part goes. But I just want to be straightforward about where we are and the timeline for how this is moving forward. So the big question then is, what commissioners, which goals would you like to work on? We'll pair you with staff in the appropriate topic areas. And so we've got 8 goals, and so each commissioner would get a chance to work on 2. So anybody, so we've got the 8 here: community identity, environmental health, infrastructure, economic development, communication and community engagement, DEI, homelessness, and housing.
I'll take homelessness and housing.
All right, and staff, who will work with Rachel on homelessness and housing? I'm assuming Laura's part of the conversation.
And Chief Ban.
Okay.
I'll take DEI and environmental health.
Hold on one second while I get this set. I'll get the breakout rooms created as we go through. So I've got Laura and Chief and where is your name? There you are, Rachel. Okay. And for homelessness and housing. Okay, and then Denise, what did you say you wanted?
I'll take DEI and the what's the one that's dealing with environmental health?
Okay. Okay.
Because I know my friend Mr. O'Donnell wants economic development, so I will gladly give it up, even though it's my favorite topic.
I think he probably wants community engagement and communication as well. I would like community.
Do I need to
Am I
be here?
wrong?
Because everybody's picking for me, so.
Well, do you want? I want community identity and then whatever else. But I want that one. But if someone wants something,
Okay, let's go. Let's finish DEI. Who are the staff members that are going to work with Denise on DEI and environmental health?
Like Patrick.
Greg and Patrick. Okay. All right, great. And then community identity and Rocky, it sounds like you want to work on that one. What else?
yeah. I don't know Frank. What are you taking?
I wanted John Lewis.
I'll take whatever you want me to take. I mean, I like econ development, but I know you do too. And I like infrastructure, and obviously I've been the most verbal about communication. So obviously that I should take that by default, I guess.
All right, so
Take what you will, Rocky. I'll take the leftovers.
Okay, well, I think community identity and the tourism piece go together pretty well. So we can take that and then.
Okay. All right, so you've got community identity and economic development. And so that will be Rocky, and then who else, staff who is in that group?
Probably James for sure.
James, definitely.
Yeah, you can't split the baby. I mean, is it tourism or is tourism and economic development together? Or you just sort of like split them? Okay.
It's together.
Yeah, it's together.
I think it might be valuable to split them apart because you'll get a difference of opinion.
I'll take 3 items. Somebody take John Lewis, please.
All right, so I've got James.
I already asked for him.
I
already asked for John Lewis.
James and Rocky. Matt, do you want to be in economic development or infrastructure?
Economic
John, they're picking on you, man.
Okay. Let's see. And then staff will see where everybody else is going to be assigned. So community engagement and then infrastructure is what's left. All right. So this is gonna, so we'll have Commissioner O'Donnell, Kristen,
John Lewis.
John,
Kendall.
and then Jacob, I'm going to put you with that group. Or actually, let's see. Kristen, you can record, right? Okay.
Sarah, can we put Kendall in that one as well? Because there's parks issues in the info for Commissioner.
Yep. Oh, yep. Thanks. I almost forgot Kendall. Yep. That's a good spot for you. Let's see. Jacob, I'm going to assign you with the community identity group. And let's see, DEI. Lisa, I will put you with DEI. Tony, where would you like to go?
Which one does everybody have 2 in them at least? It sounds like everybody have 2. Yeah. I'm open to any of them.
Why don't you go to communications and I'll go to the opposite of whatever you.
Yeah, Katie, I'm going to need you in group 1, housing and homelessness.
Okay.
Can you work with that? You'll have to join it yourself. And then Tony, I'll put you in communications and engagement.
Okay.
All right. So scribes, you guys are going to, I'm going to have you, I'll put your vision items, your goals up here. Trying to think of how to, actually, why don't you guys just do it over here. I'll create 4 sections. And so you can, I'll assign that. We get your conversations going and I will get the area set up and you can put your notes there. And let's just start with 20 minutes and I'll check in throughout. Okay. So you're coming up with, make sure the goal feels clear. And then you're going to develop some action items based on the input, and your scribes will zoom in so you can see all the notes on the board that you're working with. Does anybody have any questions before we get started? All right.
Eric, can you resend the mural link? I can't seem to get my hands on it.
Yes, I will send that in just a moment. All right, here we go.
I've got to go to my, I printed something out. I've got to go get it.
Frank, did it offer you to, oh, there you go. All right. How'd everybody do?
Still getting used to the hard stop.
The what?
I missed Frank and John Lewis.
I said, still getting used to the hard stop. My best comments unfortunately come when the thing comes back here.
Oh,
Nobody.
no.
Countdown.
I
Jeez.
know. I'm sorry. I have to cut you guys off at some point. Otherwise, we would never get done today. Which, speaking of, we're getting really close to our timeline. So I would like to just jump into the report out. And even if you guys didn't get through all of your goals, we can work on it together or just keep the work going. So let's just see where we got. I already started to pull over the housing one. So if you guys are okay, let's just start with housing. So I'm going to share my screen. And who is our housing group?
Me, Laura,
Okay.
Katie.
And so these were, you guys came up with the goal, adopt, that should be Ann, Oregon City housing strategy. And then you had some actions listed under there. Just let me make sure I captured those right. Prepare an internal strategy, develop an external plan, identify the housing strategies and tools that work best for Oregon City, identify partners and opportunities for collaboration. And then this last one was resource needs, financial, staffing, leveraging resources. Was there like kind of an action word that went with that? Is it identify resources?
Yes.
Okay. Anybody have any questions about what they came up with? Is anything missing there?
We kind of lost our nice little diagram we had.
It's still over there. I just didn't.
It's all right.
It over.
I'm joking. It was a hierarchical diagram because you'll see a very much a similarity between housing and homelessness. I think, Laura framed it best that this is us growing up into really being proactive on two key issues. And for us to do that, they're bold steps for us. And comment on that was that, yes, they're bold steps. And that means that we have to be willing to put resources behind them if we expect them to be completed. But in general, both of them, both housing and homelessness, but I'll just stick to housing. Both of them have kind of an internal strategy and an external strategy. Internally, we could identify the housing strategies and tools that work best for Oregon City. And then once we know those, we could start working on implementing them. At the same time, the external piece is leveraging other resources, collaborating and partnering with the county and Metro on housing opportunities. Again, lots of work that can be done internally and externally, but we felt like we needed an overarching strategy that tackled both of those pieces.
Tell me about the piece you have. Oh, sorry, that was all for housing. Okay, tell us about homelessness, kind of the strategies you thought about here.
Yeah, so Chief Van had really thought about this, and he and I have talked about this a couple of times, but again, you'll see the goal is adopt and begin implementation of a formal Oregon City homelessness strategy. We feel like there needs to be some real structure and formality added to this if we're going to tackle it in a comprehensive and holistic manner. And at the same time, this strategy also has two prongs, an internal and an external. So there's an internal strategy that really focuses on the services that we provide and how we communicate information with the community. And also there's an engagement piece as Kristen provided us education earlier on the difference between communication and community engagement. We feel like both of those are needed for homelessness, and that's part of the internal strategy. And then for the external.
Wait, can I stop you on that? What was so on services to homelessness, can you be a little more specific on what the intention was there? Is it enhance, continue to provide the same level of service?
Chief, do you want to comment on that?
Yeah, I can. That was basically internally, that's something we already provide. So internally was what we sort of do inside the city, and some of that is services to homeless. And so there's some aspects of formalizing what those services look like.
Oh, okay.
Where
All right.
where the external thing is not dealing directly with homeless, but more regionally sort of coordinating efforts and working with other stakeholders.
All right, so it's formalizing the internal services provided to the homeless population.
And to the, not just to the homeless, but also the community who's living around them.
Okay.
And then the external piece, I should just let Jim talk about this. The external piece is identifying partners. We felt like there's a lack of leadership, and therefore our proposal is that if we prioritize this, then we step up and be leaders on this. And that means both how we lead in our own community and make this a priority within our own city, but really engaging the county, other electeds, other governments, so partner cities, metro. This is like the housing. Both of these topics are really big topics. And if we're going to step in and we really want to make a difference on both of these topics, then I think we need leadership and we need to engage and collaborate with others and leverage the resources. And at the same time, with homelessness, we've been really clear that we don't want everything in Oregon City. And if we don't want everything, we don't want all the services here. We want it to be a shared and a regional approach to homelessness, because I think Chief will tell you, we're not going to solve it all by ourselves. In fact, I don't want to misstate what he said, but I think we can help and work on it, but this is definitely a regional issue, and we need to have a plan and a strategy for that external piece.
Okay, so just one clarification, this electeds get involved with supports from staff. Is that the strategy?
Yes.
Yes, okay. All right, sorry I want to just make sure we get these all down, because even if we don't get a chance to prioritize today, I want to make sure you guys can do it as a follow-up to this. So let's do environmental health next. Oops. All right, environmental health. Okay, so talk us through what you have here for environmental health.
Okay, and if you make it just a little bigger, there we go.
Got it, okay.
So we didn't want to shy away from the word climate action plan. So we did incorporate it within what we're talking about. So our goal is to protect and preserve our environmental health and natural resources. And we talked about we could have gone on and on, as you know, but we've talked about some real basic things that we would like to see as outcomes. And they're listed there. So an overall sort of awareness of how our human activities in our world and in our city affect everyone, and how we can make that better for everyone. So talking about a greener and safer multimodal transportation system, strengthen our codes for inclusion of provisions for green materials, such as using pervious pavement instead of always having asphalt for driveways and things of that sort. We can help reduce greenhouse gases by working with PGE to get charging stations all over the city. I think right now the only place they are is at at the Fred Meyer Shopping Center. And something we thought about in terms of our own city was that when we look at replacement vehicles, we should look at a plan and a program by which we could replace some of our the cars that just kind of roam around the streets, not necessarily all the trucks, but they're hybrid trucks now. We could look at electric vehicles. So we kind of have to set an example. There's already a number of homes in Oregon City, particularly in my neighborhood, that have charging stations that they've installed at their homes. which is, I think, a great idea. It isn't going to work for everybody, but we can set an example. And we want to incentivize a tree protection ordinance. Trees reduce greenhouse gases, provide shade on asphalt and streets that help keep our city cool. So we want to look at, rather than penalizing people, we want to incentivize them to do that.
Okay.
We're working with Metro to reduce waste. Dare I say that could include, looking at how we help our businesses reduce their waste, not only with food recycling, but with their containers and other things. I mean, right now I've been talking to Metro about how much stuff we're throwing away because of COVID, and it's a little bit frightening. I wish there was a way we could get to the wipeable flush industry to tell them that those things are not able to be flushed down the toilet, because I just saw a commercial yesterday saying, oh yes, and you can flush these down the toilet, which is not true.
All right. We got everything then on environmental?
Yeah, we could add more, but that's a start.
Well, we do have limited resources in this.
I know.
So we're
I
gonna
know. We talked about resources.
Okay, good. All right, let's hear what you guys came up with for DEI. Let me move this over.
Okay, back to me again. So our basic goal was, we decided to simplify it by saying that we wanted to develop a community strategy that implements resolution number 20-19. And we have 2 tracks, both internal and external. And basically our organization is poised to prioritize diversity, equity, and inclusion and access in our community to help implement this resolution. And what we want to try to do with what we've put down so far, there's more that can be done, but we want to create an environment in Oregon City that reflects values of individual differences, minimize bias, and recognize and address systemic inequities. So in order for this to be a strategic effort, we need to look at it across the board through our entire organization and our community, which identifies what the mission will be and addresses our values. I had to write some of this down, otherwise I couldn't keep track of it, and incorporate it into our work across our entire organization. So I think we as community leaders, both internally to our organization and externally, need to look at a way to invest our time, our resources, and have the courage to make progress on creating a more inclusive workplace and a more inclusive community. So that's it in a nutshell. We have some ideas about things we could be doing. I think the one that Patrick brought up, which was very good, was creating for the externals, that we need to create a community task force, because we need to frame the question, and we need the community to do that externally as opposed to us framing it. We can help guide it, but we can help create the framework.
Okay, I will finish filling that in later, but I think we've got that for DEI. Let's hear about economic development and tourism. Okay.
All right, so I wrote some notes down, but I might have to look at our list there as we move those over. There was a lot of crossover, but one of the things that we talked about first under community identity and tourism, both was part of our community identity when we discussed all that in different groups was, partly history, partly events, partly, different programs. But in terms of events, we've never had what I would call like a signature criteria for signature events. And what I'm getting at here is we've lost a lot of community events, annual community events. And part of that is because we need to address some of the process and regulations that events have to go through for them to happen. Also, we talked about, it was listed there as an example of the Flower Basket program was an example where we, as a community, thought that, the Flower Basket program was something that really was part of the identity of the city, and yet we were using a grant process to fund that. And at one point we were like, well, if this is really part of the city's identity, then this needs to be budgeted in the city for it. And I see that happening kind of if right now some of the community events have not continued because we haven't made that a budgetary item. And so some events have died just solely because they haven't been able to pay for the park usage or haven't been able to pay for the street closures. And those affect each of those departments because that money is not budgeted for in those departments. So we want to try to figure out a way to deal with, eliminating some of the blocks for community events. If we do feel that there is community events are important to the city, then we need to budget for that and have maybe a criteria for what a city sanctioned event is that could be partially funded by the city within that budget. We also talked about that in the sense of the artwork. Commissioner Lyle Smith talked about this a little bit. We talked about this idea of art. In terms of community events and art projects or murals or whatever that are city sanctioned, then those should be things that are looked at in the guise of what our community identity is. So what is our vision as a community? And if the city thinks that this is our identity, then we would, basically be able to support, individual projects based on that. And so whether that means there's a process for those community events or projects to come to the city to check those boxes so that we can figure that out, that's a huge conversation. We talked about in economic development, we talked about, and James might want to speak to this because he talked a lot about this on ombudsman piece that he's doing within his department, but at some point may need to be a staff position, and how that position could actually be helpful in issues where businesses are struggling going through a city process, or could be used in a place where some of the coordination between departments or coordination between the city and different agencies could happen. James, did you want to speak more about that? Because that kind of crosses multiple areas.
Yeah, you did a pretty good job, actually. The ombudsman position is someone who has the support and the legitimacy of the city manager's office. Or when they work with department heads or department staff, they're working to streamline not only where streamline is possible or necessary, but they're also working with the business community to help them through the process, through our process as a government, and thereby promoting the idea of being a business friendly and type of government. So the ombudsman helps people not only in terms of economic development, but also with special events, to work with departments to make those special events much more likely to happen, and help that that vendor or whomever will be carrying out that special event through the process in our own government. And also it's an education piece too. It educates the public as beforehand as to what actively educates the public beforehand as to what our processes are, and sort of guides them, in some cases, hold their hands through the process.
You guys have on here an economic development that did not come up in the conversation, but a quiet zone for downtown.
Oh.
And I see that it got added to the list, but there wasn't any discussion on that in the larger group conversation. I know quiet zones are a big deal.
Having more people live downtown.
Yes.
And I'll let you take that from there, Rocky.
So James and we have talked about this a lot. So James did talk quite a bit in both of our groups earlier today about the idea of the link here is this. We've talked about living downtown as one. We've talked about tourism, and we've talked about a vibrant downtown. A vibrant downtown requires mixed use, and basically in terms of the last probably I don't know how many years on the commission, the quiet zone was a big piece of that. So, you know, being able to deal with hotels, living spaces downtown, it kind of went off of our radar in the last year or two, but most of us that were involved in the beginning conversations of why that was in place still feel like that's one of the most crucial pieces to having this vibrant downtown and mixed use space that we feel is important to that identity. So I think James could speak to that later at some point about why that piece is so crucial. And clearly a lot of the other businesses in the city have spoken to that as well.
All right. We'll let you guys work it out during the prioritization conversation then. Let's
Did
see.
I miss anything? I mean, we had a lot on there.
No, we're running short on time, so I'm just
You're
trying
just
to at least
moving it over. Okay.
get a quick rundown of what we do have here. So community identity, you guys had an arts, is that develop an arts treasure trove?
Well,
Arts Treasure Trove already exists, but some of the pieces that are missing under that would be maybe the bringing back the Arts Commission or different roles that are listed underneath that. But Arts and Treasure Trove is already in the works.
Okay.
And it includes some of those conversations already. So.
Okay. Let's clarify this further with staff. Let's see, defining the Arts Commission role, identifying criteria for arts that support community identity, packaging Oregon City, and developing resources to sell city partnerships, partner with the tribes and honor the DEI aspects of history. All right, and then communications and engagement, it looks like that one's still in the works. Let's just touch on infrastructure. So I'm just going to zoom in here. So infrastructure, you guys came up with transportation master plan, prioritize the projects to maximize safety and connectivity, pedestrian safety, crosswalks, completion of sidewalks, I'm assuming that's for connectivity, develop a citywide facility master plan. And is this consider bonding for projects or new development pays for itself? Is that a conversation that needs to happen?
Yes, I think that was in the prioritization of transportation projects. How are we going to pay?
Okay. Okay. All right. Then you guys had access the need for technology infrastructure, investigate financing options available in preparation of a vote to fund water infrastructure, provide the Oregon City community with safe, enhanced, financial sound infrastructure. That must be an overarching goal. Infuse our park system with productive capital investments and ensure our parks stay safe and enjoyable for today and in the future. That also feels like an overarching goal. Parks master plan completion and system development fees. Does that examine system development fees?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, okay.
They need to be updated, yeah.
Okay, update system development fees. And then develop a capital improvement plan and determine productive capital investments and implement a funding strategy for long-term health. Okay, and then implementation of the IT strategic plan. Have you guys already prioritized what's in the IT strategic plan?
Not yet.
Okay, we should probably put prioritize there as well. All right.
I thought that one there, we were kind of batting back and forth. That was also in development, in economic development. So I thought we listed access to the need for technology infrastructure. I'm wondering if that was a leftover, Kristen. Was that, should we delete that last block because it was more about assess the need for technology infrastructure?
We talked about both.
Yeah, I think the assess for need for technology was kind of straddling over into ECDev as it relates to fiber implementation.
Right.
We have our own internal IT strategic plan that we're working through.
Okay. And then communications and engagement. I'm guessing you guys were still working on that.
I think Commissioner O'Donnell just chatted you.
Oh, good.
And the last piece we were on was if digital media is what needs to be focused on, calling that what it is. It's not engagement, it's digital media management. And by virtue of it being on social media, yeah, there is some conversation. But I guess we're balancing that with also wanting to provide more print media to the community, which I heard from Commissioner Lyle Smith and Commissioner McGriff. So I didn't want to lose that either.
Okay, well, because we only have a few minutes left, and I know this has been a long meeting for a Saturday, I just want to be respectful of everybody's time. So what I would propose for our next steps is that I will work with staff to refine some of this language so that we can prepare it for a prioritization process. I feel like we got really great direction from the commissioners during the idea mapping, especially. There's a lot of rich information in there. And much of that has come out in this action planning, but I want to go through, refine the goals a little bit further so there's consistency amongst the statements and how they're formulated, and then do the same thing with the actions to make sure that there's verbs and it's clear as to what the direction was. Is everybody comfortable with that? And we can come back prepared for a prioritization exercise. We could even do prioritization electronically if you wanted to start there to expedite that conversation. You could do it through a survey first, and then that could open up our discussion for the next meeting.
I prefer doing it all with
together. Okay.
I don't think this is something we can do in a vacuum by doing it by a survey or without talking to the others.
Yeah. No, I definitely think conversations need to happen. It would be another step, but we can just do it that way. Yes, Commissioner O'Donnell.
I know I sent out the initial action items on communications to everybody via chat, and I hope they'll be included in your summary for future conversation.
Yes, I did get I pasted from the chat into the mural board. So I have those to give us direction. Thank you. That was wonderful. Okay. So you guys did a lot of good work. This is really I just, again, commend you. It's really hard to do this virtually because it just takes time to give everybody a chance to talk and to have the dialogue. And it takes longer in this environment. So, I think you guys got through a lot, and we're in the home stretch to carry it across the finish line. Yes, Commissioner McGriff.
I just wanted Chief Band to know that he got a couple more duties. So, just keep doing the good job you're doing, and we know you can do it.
All right. How's everybody feeling today? I want to do like a confidence check-in as far as how you're feeling, how the goals are shaping up. Are you feeling good about it? Are you at a 10? Or are you like, oh my God, what is going on right now? Like a 0. Rocky's at an okay. Is that like a 5? You can hold up your hand as to how you're rating it. 6, 5, 5, 6, 7, maybe an 8. A 9 or 8, a 9, a 10, or that's either a 10 or a 9, a 7, 9. Okay, so we're getting there. All right, we will.
I think the only one that mattered though were the commissioners. They need to be the ones comfortable.
Well, but staff does have to implement too. So I do feel like, yes, we want the commissioners at most definitely to feel comfortable and sign off, but I want to make sure things are written in a clear way that staff feels like they have good marching orders to take this forward into a budget process and figure out the implementation pieces too.
The partnership, Tony.
Yeah. Teamwork makes the dream work. All right. It is 3:01. I think we have clear direction. Again, thank you, everybody. Any final checkouts before we leave one another today?
I have no problem with us scheduling something additional to do the prioritization.
Thank you for
myself, because I think this is important.
All right. Any other final words from the commissioners as we wrap up today? All right.
I just want to say thank you. Go ahead, Rocky.
Oh, I was just saying, have a good weekend. What's left of it. Hopefully, we take a break.
thank you to everybody. I know this is a lot of effort and a lot of screen time, and I really enjoyed it. I hope you did as well. Some of the breakout rooms were really fun. It was good to work through, talk through, come up with ideas, bounce them around. And so thank you, Sarah, for leading us through this. And I agree. I think we got a lot accomplished, and we'll get it cleaned up a little bit and move on to get it finalized. So just really, really appreciate everyone's time and effort and engagement and great ideas. So thank you.
Thanks all. Yes. And well done, scribes. You guys were incredible in taking some new technology and really mastering it. So thanks for that. All right, everybody, have a good weekend. We'll be in touch on the next steps and dates and times for that. Thank you all.